Hello. Hello. Right, I'm having a little bit of a thing. So I've come on. Hello. I just can't see comments. So, hello. I didn't want to leave it any longer because me and Aaron have been like butting heads trying to get this thing to work. So I've just said I'm going to come on. We're going to get it sorted whilst here, just to see comments. So I can't see you at the moment, but hello. It's Friday. My children broke up for half term yesterday, so they were off school today. So that was quite nice. But yeah, Friday now, so I'm very looking forward to the weekend. It's my daughter's birthday tomorrow, so she's extremely excited. Yeah, I can't see comments. I can't see anything. Right, I'm going to see if I can go onto the page and do it that way. So there is a lot going on today, a lot going on. So I've been trying to keep everything as on schedule as I can. I know we've got the slightly later start, but that's just because I don't know if it's me or if it's Facebook, but I just can't see anything. So yeah, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to see it by clicking on this. Oh, hello. Okay, possibly. I can see me. Is this going to let me see comments? Fingers crossed. Yay! Are they moving? Are we here? Hello. Let me just see if they're going to be moving. If so, then I can deal with it this way. Hello? Yay! Right, we'll just deal with it like that. It means that I can't see if anybody sends stars or anything. I don't know if I'm going to be able to see. Obviously, I'm going to still keep trying on the other screen, but it's just not working. So we're just gonna get started. Right. Da-da. So a lot's going on at the moment. We've still got our Queenly gifts available. Each colour is a different type of jewellery. I definitely know that one of the colours is out of stock now. That's just for today. Off the head of my head, I don't know which colour it is, but that's just for today that it's out of stock. So I can't add them. I can't add them in whilst on the live because I haven't wrapped them up ready. Oh, Julie, you're very welcome. All the stock that was in the coming soon section is now available. It is all in the new in section. So all the zodiac pendants, they're all available, and a lot of our crystal pendants are available as well. And that clover anklet, of course, is available. So new stock on the website. Oh, Karen, bless you. Thank you for the stars there. And then for our supporters, Kelly, thank you for the stars as well. For our supporters, you guys were notified earlier that it's a new thing. For basically with our supporters, at least once a month I try to do something special. So in the past they've had the extra oyster openings. Of course, we have the per raffles. This time we've done a £5 Friday, so supporters are getting oysters for a £5 basically, which is less than half price. Now it does stop at midnight tonight, and it's only available for our supporters, but you guys, you've got availability to that as well. I have posted an order list on the page. I know I do have a few names to add on to extend the order list there, so I will do an updated order list as we go, but because we're slightly later starting, I thought I'd just jump straight in. All oysters are available, and I think that's everything. Chloe, thank you for the stars, my lovely. What I can see though is this camera light is really off. So let me just have a quick look at this camera light and then we'll start. It's not showing purple. Oh, it's the purple Queenly gifts out of stock. Perfect. Sorry, I had a notification to say that one of them was out of stock, but I just didn't. That was this afternoon, like literally not long ago. has that changed it? Okay, do I have surprise oysters? Oh, I think it changed. Yes. No, we've got mystery oysters, which are a mix of all the colours. Light rainbow, dark rainbow, normal. Then we do have our 4 pearl and our 25 pearl oysters as well. Yep, Cindy, I think I have added them all together already, but when it's your opening, do just double check with me. Okay, so we're going to get started for today. So up first is Jodie Kelly. Jodie, are you... What did I just click? Where's the mouse? Ah, there. Jodie Kelly, are you here? Again, it's a little bit bright down here. We'll see what happens. Yep, slightly later start today. I do apologise. It's just I couldn't see comments, and it's still not working 100% comments wise, but as long as it's working for you guys, I can make it work. Jodie, hello. Now Jodie, you have got 3 openings altogether. What 3 oysters would you like, and would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? This is my second full cup of tea today. It's been a very, very busy day. Yep, if you have ordered, I'll do an updated order list once you get to the end of the current order list, okay. Mystery and donate. Oh, Samantha Brown, you're very, very welcome. 1. Oh, 2. And then we're going to go for one of these because both of these jumped out. So Jodie, would you like to go for right hand or left hand for your third one? Normally, if we have one that jumps out, I normally say, do you want the one that I picked out or jumped out? But because you need another oyster anyway, would you like the right hand or left hand? So that's the right hand. It is a mirror image, so it is backwards. That's the left hand. Left hand. So the right hand goes back, and these ones are yours. Jodie, would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? And is there certain colour pearls that you're hoping for? 1, 2, and 3. And let's go down. Oh, Donna, bless you. Thank you for the stars there, my lovely. That's very, very kind of you. Jodie, donate the shells. Perfect. So oyster number 1 and any colours. Okay, so we have a softer pop there. And, oh, backwards on this one. So your first oyster, there is your mother of pearl. And in here, oh, there we go. And the flesh is starting to come away. So the pearls just ran down the front there. You can still see it. There's no more in that one. Okay, so your first pearl out is a blush pink. There we go. So your first pearl out is a blush pink there, Jodie. Moving on to oyster number 2. Lighter pop there. Oh, and in here, there is your mother of pearl. We've got this black curranty coloured flesh with this one. And you are twinning black currants there. There's no more in that one. Sorry, I said twinning black currants, but let me just double check the colour of the pearls. Sorry. Visually, they are actually purples. They're dark, deep purples. And it does look like you've got one pearl which is slightly larger than the other there. So 2 tonal dark purples and a blush pink. And then Jodie, moving on to your last oyster, softer pop there, which again is a mystery oyster. There's a little bit of flesh on that side. And in here, I can see a few peepers there. 1, 2, 3, and 4. You are quadding with your last oyster there. So again, let me run these into, dry them off and put them through the sand for you. Put them in the sand. Oh gosh, if I can't speak already today, what's that gonna it's gonna be a fun night. You've got a bright pink, a dark purple, a greeny yellow, and then a dark forest green as well. Okay, what do you think to all of these, Jodie? Now, if you're happy with these, that's perfect. If you're not happy, we can swap them for you. So blush pink, two-tonal dark purple twins, bright pink, dark purple, greeny yellow, and forest green. If I run them through the board, your blush pink is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Purple twin number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8, he's an 8.5. And twin number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. So they're measuring different sizes there. Bright pink is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. Dark purple's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. Yellowy green is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. And the forest green is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he is a 7. You love them, Jodie. Perfect. You'd like to keep those ones. Perfect, my lovely. Let me pop them in here for you. Okay. Jodie, my lovely, thank you for the donations with your shells. That's on there and that's safe up there for you. So I do hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. Lighting's too bright. Yeah, I'm sorry, I am trying to sort of play with it as possibly try it like that. Could be a bingo caller. Possibly. Although I say the wrong thing quite often, don't I? So I don't know if I'd want to be trusted with being the bingo caller and then so randomly saying the wrong number by accident and then all hell breaks loose because we've got a bingo and it's a false call and it's just, yeah, I don't know if that's for me. Jodie, you're very, very welcome. Up next today is Carol Grant. Carol, are you here? Hello, can you have your two orders? I can indeed. I didn't realise. Give me a second. I'll find it for you. Oh, yep, found you. Okay, so you have got 1, 2, 6 openings altogether. So Carol, what 6 oysters would you like? And would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? Roz, I'll make a note. Okay, I've got that note down here, Roz. That's, oh, there we go. Perfect. So 6 openings altogether, my lovely. For mystery to Nunu. Okay, sorry, the mystery bag's very full. One, so I just put this hand here to stop them falling out. 2, 3, and 4. 2 Nunu, which are over here, and you'd like to donate your shells. Thank you very much, Carol. Is there certain colours that you're hoping for? Let me get these open for you. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, nearly there. Oh, there we go, and 6. Okay, so if we go down, I have just moved the light slightly, so hopefully it's not as bright now. If we start with your mystery oysters here, you've got quite a nice sharper pop there. We're going to wait and see for the colours. Okay, so there's your mother of pearl. And straight away with this one, I can actually see a darker pearl down the bottom there. There's no more in that one. So your first pearl out, and he looks like he's a midnight blue. Very, very dark. Oh, he almost looks black in the sand, doesn't he? But he's definitely got that slight blue tone to him. Oyster number 2, which again is your mystery oyster. So you've got a lighter pop there again. And there's your mother of pearl. And in here, I can see you've got a coral pearl. Now this coral looks like he's quite a nice sized coral there. So let me just dry him up for you. So midnight blue and coral to start with. Can the bracelet, possibly Carol. If you can email me about it, and I'll make a note here as well, just because I'd have to double check some fittings for it. So if you could email me with the invoice number, and like I say, I'll make a note here as well, and then that way I can get back to you there if that's okay. Your third oyster, which is your mystery oyster, you've got quite a nice deep pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. And I can see here you have got multiple pearls. You have got 1, 2, 3 and 4. You are also quadding. And there's no more in that one. So let me dry these up for you. So with your quadding oyster, you've got a bright two-tonal coral. So with your coral, he's lighter and then brighter as you go around there. You've got a bright icy blue, a dark gunmetal grey, and then you've got a two-tonal gold as well. So again, lighter and bright, darker sections of gold around that pearl there. Moving on to the last of the mystery oysters. Oh, almost a triple pop with that one. Oh, and in here, there is your mother of pearl. Look at him. Oh, possibly 2 there. I can just see this gorgeous purple. It is. You are twinning. Twinning with Cadbury Purple Twins. And there's no more in that one. So I'm just going to dry these up for you. And I'm going to pop your purple twins at the top here. So from your mystery oysters, you've got a midnight blue and a coral, twinning Cadbury purples, and then a quadding two-tonal coral, icy blue, gunmetal grey and two-tonal gold. Moving on to the Nunu rainbow oysters. So these are dark rainbow colours, or they should be should be dark rainbow colours. Sometimes we have some stowaways. So oyster number 1. There's one side and the other side. And in here, your darker pearl. And there's no more in that one. Now the first colour out, let me just have a closer look at him. He's a two-tonal purple, so he's a dark purple with silvery tones to him, almost again with that mottled look and tone there. So two-tonal purple and silver. And then Carol, moving on to your last oyster, which again is the Nunu rainbow oyster. There's one side and the other side. And in here, there's your second darker pearl from your Nunu oyster, and there's no more in it there. Okay, so in this one, he is a darker gunmetal grey. Carol, what do you think to all of these? Now, I will need to know which pearls you'd like on your fittings and on your jewellery. So if you're happy, that's perfect. If you're not, as you know, we can swap them. So I'm just getting it focused for you. And if you would like to, you can take a screenshot and email me your colour choices across if that would be better, if you're emailing me anyway regarding the bracelet. But it's up to you, my lovely. So top row, you've got that darker gunmetal grey, two-tonal silver and purple, midnight blue, coral, twinning Cadbury purples, two-tonal coral, icy blue, darker gunmetal grey and two-tonal gold. If I run them through the board, twin purple number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. Twin purple number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. Your single corals, not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. And the midnight blue is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Two-tonal purple and silver is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. And your gunmetal grey is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7 as well. Quadding oyster, two-tonal corals, not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. The icy blues, not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. The darker silver gunmetal is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. And your two-tonal gold is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he is an 8. Okay, what do you think, my lovely? What would you like to do? Again, I zoom in really close just because then as I bring it away, it focuses on all of the pearls there. What do you think, Carol? Just having a look to see. Okay, so 2 items of jewellery and 4 fittings I'll need to know the colours for. Sorry, excuse me, I was just drinking my tea before it went too cold. Thank you, Jess. That, I believe that was the comment from Carol whilst the opening was going on. So I haven't seen a comment from Carol yet. So obviously it's just coming through. However, if anybody else can see the comments, if you do comment on them, that is really helpful because it does bring it forward so I can see. If I can't, like if I haven't been able to see it, it does bring it forward for me. Can you have, oh, let me bring you up so I can write this down, Carol. So, Midnight Blue on there and Silver Purple on the jewellery. And then we're going to have two-tone gold, two-tone coral, gunmetal and icy blue. Perfect. Okay, so to confirm then, Carol, my lovely, on the hoop fittings, you'd like the two-tonal gold, coral, icy blue and gunmetal. And then on your items of jewellery, you'd like the midnight blue and the two-tonal silver and purple. Okay, that then leaves you with your darker gunmetal as well, the single coral and the twinning purples. Perfect. Carol, I hope you're happy with that, my lovely. That's all on there. I'm going to make a note about the bracelet into the pendant, and then if once you email me as well, then I can like I said, I just double check the fittings on it to make sure it will work nicely as a pendant, and then it's not going to be a problem. It's just the price difference with the chains, and I'd have to double check the fittings as well, but pop me an email and then I'll get that sorted. Okay, thank you for the donations with your shells, my lovely. That's safe up there, and I do hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. Perfect. And up next today is Ira Rowlands. Ira, are you here? Patsy, hello, my lovely. Hello, hello, hello. Carol, you're very, very welcome. I wonder if I can move or see my comments on the other screen yet. Nope. Nicola, hello. Thank you, Nicola. I'm looking for Ira Rowlands. Ira, are you here? I've actually got a load of balloons in here this evening. Earlier, it's my daughter's birthday tomorrow, and earlier I just thought I don't want to be up until whatever time of the morning blowing up balloons. So I blew up the balloons and sort of hid myself in the office earlier. So yeah, it's covered in balloons, which we can take in after the live to surprise her in the morning with a couple of other hangy bits, which is going to be interesting. Right, so I'm looking for Ira Rowlands. Ira, if you're here, please type I'm invisible or bring your comment forward so I can see you. And if anybody else sees Ira, please comment on her comment, because that will bring it forward so I can see. Sam, thank you for the stars. Ira, hello. Expand the rainbow, donate the shells, and you're hoping for that blue. Okay, so expand the rainbow oyster. Let's get him open. And let's go down. So you expand the rainbow oyster, my lovely. There's one side. And the other side. And in here you have a blue, however it is a icy blue, and there's no more in that one. Okay, so if you wanted to swap this one for one of those darker TARDIS blues, we can definitely do so. Or if you're happy with this one or would prefer a different colour, that's not a problem as well. Just let me know what you think and what you would like to do, my lovely.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Me neither. So if I run your icy blue through the board, he's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. Just going to bring you up, my lovely, because I'm just going to have a look at this camera's... See, when the camera's there, it doesn't look like there's... the lighting's too bright, but let me just have a quick look. My daughter, she's going to be 11 tomorrow. And she already calls herself a teenager. I'm like, no, no, no. You're a tween. You're not a teen until you're 13. So, yeah, it's she's growing up too fast, I would say. Swap for TARDIS blue. Perfect. Let me just have a little look. How about this one here? If you just have a look here and let me know if this one is okay. Oh. Oh. There we go. Right. Are you happy with this blue here, my lovely? They really do, Tara. Oh, Sharon, it's been one of those days, honestly. It's been non-stop today. Non-stop. I'm so clumsy when I'm... Like, when I've got a lot... I'm just clumsy. I'm just clumsy in general, I suppose. But, yeah, it's just one of those days. Ira, are you happy with that one? Nope. Should have trusted my instincts. You are perfect. Right. Thank you for the donations with your shells. That's safe on there. And I hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. Perfect. Up next then today is Kathy Rax. Kathy, are you here? Kathy Rax, are you here? Now, again, if anybody can see Kathy, please comment on her comment because that will bring it forward so I can see. And Kathy, if you're here, please type I'm invisible because that will bring, again, your comment forward so I can see. He's doing well. He doesn't come on since we've moved into the office, which has been a year now, everybody. Like, I was looking at my time hop, and it's just over a year since we did our first live in the office, and the office was built last year, so that's crazy. But yeah, since we moved into the office, he brings me tea a lot. Bless him, he bring me tea. But yeah, we don't really see him on the lives as much. But he's not complaining. He is a little bit shy in that way. Like, you'd never think of it, but yeah, he's quite happy not to be on camera, bless him. Right, I haven't seen Kathy, so we're going to move on. If she does come on, we can add her in again, but it will be to the end of the order list. Up next is Julie McLaughlin. Julie, are you here? Julie, hello. Julie, you have a queenly gift today. So you have got the red queenly gift. Would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? So if I dive in for a red one. Okay, and let's go down. So in here, donate the shells. Perfect. Okay, so earrings straight on top here. So I'm just going to pop them behind. And there is your 1 and your 2 oysters. So the earrings which you have got here, again, it's all 925 silver. These are stud back earrings. And from memory, I believe these are called the Choices earrings. Okay, so I'm just going to zoom in on one of them so we can see. Your pearl sits right in the centre, and then you've got these 3, I like to think of them as arrows coming swirling around the pearl. Now on each arrow point you've got a crystal which is a different colour, so you've got the yellowy green, the pink and then the purple. And again, that's the same on this one. Now these can be worn so they're the same like that. They can be worn so it's sitting differently. Oh, hang on. Well, obviously the arrows are pointing different ways, but there we go. That's the same colours there. So I hope you're happy with those, my lovely. And you've got 2 oysters to go alongside those. Would there be certain colours that you're hoping for? One and 2. So I'm just going to wait for this to focus itself out. Okay, so oyster number 1. There's one side and the other side. You'd love maybe a pink. Okay, your first oyster. You are quadding. Slight runaway down the front there, but you are quadding with your first oyster. So let me just take these pearls here. Okay, so we have got a brighter pink, a icy blue, an autumn peach, and a darker two-tonal silver. So pink, icy blue, autumn peach, and a darker two-tonal silver. And then moving on to your oyster number 2, which was from your red parcel. There's one side and the other side. Ooh, and in here you have got, I think that's a Mavender. There's no more in that one. He's just slightly darker than a lilac purple. So the slightly still gorgeous lighter purple, but we do call him a Mavender there. So pink, icy blue, autumn peach, two-tonal silver, and a Mavender. What do you think to these? Now, with the earrings from the Queenly Gifts, we can swap one colour to match another if you would like to have matching pearls on this. You can, if you said you wanted, possibly hoping for a pink, we can swap one of these to match the pink if you wanted. Of course, if you're happy with the odds, that's perfect as well. The pink is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. Icy blue's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. Autumn peach is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. And two-tonal silver's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. And then your Mavender is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. I could match the Mavender, however there would be a wait on that. There is a waiting list. So we'd like to swap the icy blue for a matching Mavender. So just confirm for me that you obviously know that there's a wait and you don't mind to wait for that colour. If you prefer not to wait, we can match one of the other colours for you. But yeah, just confirm for me that if you're happy to wait for that. I'm just writing that down. Yep, perfect. So we're going to swap the icy blue for a matching Mavender, and then you'd like the Mavenders on the jewellery. Perfect. Julie, I've got that all down for you then. Thank you for the donations with your shells as well. And hopefully it won't be too long a wait. We do try and keep everyone updated at least every other week. Obviously, if you don't hear from us and you get dispatched email, everything's gone through. But if we're still waiting, we do try and keep everyone on top by emailing them just to sort of let you know that we're still waiting if you're happy to carry on waiting or if you prefer to go for a different colour. Julie, you're very, very welcome, my lovely. Right, up next today is Joanna Barrett. Joanna, are you here? Oh, how strange. Joanna, hello, 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 hello. Joanna, my lovely. Oh, thank you, Aaron. Thank you. You have got one opening and a 4 pearl oyster. So I'm going to grab the 4 pearl oyster bag. What other oyster would you like? And then would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? Mystery and keep the shells. Okay, so this is your 4 pearl oyster, and then mystery oyster as well. Perfect. Now, is there certain colours that you're hoping for here? There's 1 and 2, and then you'd like to keep your shells, which is absolutely fine. Okay, so let's go down. We're going to start with your mystery oyster here. So in here, quite a nice sharper pop there. There is your mother of pearl. Now I can see a peeper right at the top here, and he is a darker chocolate, almost got that bronzy tone to him. So he is a darker chocolate bronze. Oh, okay, so you're hoping for Cadbury purples. Okay, so we'll see what comes out. And what I do when you'd like to keep the shells is I do try to clean them as we go, and then I can pop the pearl in the sand for you. So your first pearl out is a darker chocolate bronze. There he is in the sand. And then moving on to oyster number 2. There's one side and the other side. And in here you are quadding. So this was your 4 pearl oyster. There's no more in there. Now I do still check all the 4 pearl oysters. Obviously these ones are scanned, so they should definitely have 4 pearls in there. However, we have had more than 4 in the past, so that's why I do definitely still have a squidge, just checking, making sure, see if there's anything else we can get. So let me dry these up for you as well, Joanna. So from your quadding oyster, you have got a lemon yellow, a coral, a dark chocolatey silver, and then we've got this 2-tonal icy blue as well. So with the icy blue, hopefully you can see it's slightly lighter and then darker as you go around there. Now, what do you think to these, my lovely? I will need to know which one of these you'd like on the jewellery. But of course, if you're not happy with them, we can swap the colours for you. So if I run them through the board, you've got your chocolate bronze from the top. He's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. And then your quadding oyster, lemon yellow's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. The coral is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. Chocolate silver is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. And then the 2-tonal icy blue is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5 as well. Swap the yellow for a Cadbury purple. Of course you can. Let me grab one for you. Is it the purple that you'd like to have on the jewellery? Bronnie, you missed that one. So I've taken away the yellow there. And, oh, let me just get it refocused. It is the purple on the jewellery. Perfect. Just confirm for me if you're happy with this shade. Sorry, because I moved to the yellow, it lost its focus. So I'm just getting it refocused here for you. There we go. Excuse me. We won't hold it against you, Bronnie. absolutely beautiful. Perfect. And no, you're very, very welcome, my lovely. So I've just wrapped up your shells there. Let me just pop on here that we're going to have purple on there. And if I pop your pearls in here as well. Joanna, my lovely, I do hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. And like I say, the shells are safely wrapped up for you. Okay, and that's up there as well. Perfect. The other ones, yeah, so basically throughout the years, I open oysters off the live to get the pearls to build up my swap pots. And then, yeah, now I've just got a massive collection of pearls which we use as the swaps. I don't open as many oysters anymore because I do have a lot of loose pearls here now. But I do, yeah, I did in the past just because I didn't like the wait for colours. Now there isn't as long a wait on like before would be waiting on nearly every colour, but now we've got a lot of the colours in. So yeah, that's how that sort of happened. Oh, well, I hope she's happy with it as well, and I hope she's had a brilliant birthday, Joanna. Right, up next today is Joanne Holman. Joanne, are you here? Excuse me. Excuse me. Joanne Holman, are you here? Oh, I hope you have an amazing time, Jackie. I've never stayed at the hotels at Legoland. We've been a couple of times, but you know, I've never stayed in the hotel. So I hope, my sister has though, so I hope you have an amazing time. Yep, there is, Debs. There is quite a bit of an order list, but if you don't mind waiting, there is space available. Last call for Joanne Holman. If not, we'll move on. Joanne, if you're here, please type I'm invisible. It'll bring your comment forward so I can see you. And if anybody else can see Joanne, please comment on her comment because that will bring it forward so I can see. Okay, so I haven't seen her, so we're going to move on. If she comes on, we will add her back into the end of the order list. Up next is Samantha Bodell. Samantha, are you here? From I can't. Menorca. Menorca? Is that how you say it? Menorca. I can say it in my head, but it's just not coming out. Judith, again, I hope you have an amazing time. Samantha, hello. Samantha, you have got 4 openings altogether. What 4 oysters would you like, my lovely? And would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? Two mystery, 2 expand the rainbow, and donate. So 1, 2 mystery, 2 expand the rainbow, donate the shells. Now, is there certain colours, Samantha, that you're hoping for? I might move all the bags onto the desk, just because the twisting. We can still see the Queen of Gifts, can't we? 1, 2, 3, and there's 4. So donating the shells. Is there certain colours you're hoping for, my lovely? Let's go down. We'll start with your mystery oysters here. So, mystery oyster number 1, lights pop there. Just looking for surprises. Oh, and you have a runaway. So there is your mother of pearl. Now you had a runaway there and you are twinning. It just popped out as I lifted up the shell as well. So first oyster, you are twinning, and there's no more in there. So if I dry this up for you, you have twinning autumn peach pearls. Now this peach here is lighter, visually lighter, and then this one is two-tonal and darker. So peach twins, autumn peach twins, one of which is lighter, one is darker and two-tonal. So you can see the difference there. Okay, so that's your first oyster. Moving on to oyster number 2, which is again your mystery oyster. So you've got a lighter pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. Samantha, you are twinning for a second time. Twinning with bright, hot pink pearls there. And there's no more in that one. Now visually with these twins, they actually look like they're slightly different sizes to each other. So definitely both of them look like they're larger than the autumn peaches. But with the pinks, it does look like you've got one pink which is larger than the other. Okay, moving on to your expand the rainbow oysters now. So expand the rainbow oyster number 1. There's one side and the other side. Okay, so in here we have another pink. And there's no more in that one. This pink is another brighter pink. I think he's slightly lighter than the pink twins that you got, and he is slightly two-tonal as well. Okay, so two-tonal pink there. And then moving on to your last oyster, which again is your expand the rainbow oyster. There's one side and the other side. And in here, you are twinning for a third time. And there's no more in that one. You are twinning with icy blue twins here. Yep, Kathy, would you like me to add you back in for today? Samantha, what do you think to all of these? Twinning autumn peaches, one lighter, one darker and two-tonal. Twinning hot pinks, well, they visually do look like they're different sizes. There we go. You've got a two-tonal single pink and twinning blues as well. If I run them through the board, lighter autumn peaches, not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7, and his twin is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. So they're measuring the same size there. Visually smaller pink twin is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. Visually larger pink twin is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8, he's an 8.5, so they are measuring different sizes. The two-tonal pink is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5, and blue number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5, and blue number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5 as well. You're happy with all of those, Samantha? Perfect. Let me bring you up here. I'm just going to pop them in here for you. Thank you very, very much for the donations with your shells, my lovely. And I hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives as well. And that's safe up there for you. Okay. Perfect. Up next then today is Angela Underwood. Angela, are you here? There we go. Angela, hello. So Angela, you have got 2 openings altogether. What 2 oysters would you like, my lovely? And would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? The oysters, I sort them into the bags when they arrive to me. And then when they're on the board in front of me, it's just if I remember which ones I put where. So obviously the mystery oysters you can tell because the shells are different to the other oysters. However, if I've got like a new and an expand the rainbow oyster both on the tray, the only way I know the difference is where I put them. If I mix them up, and it does happen, I have mixed them up before, then I don't know. You can't tell the difference until you open the oysters. Don't have a clue. So yeah, it's just memory. I do try to remember. But Angela, yes, you've got 2 openings, my lovely. What 2 oysters would you like? And would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? There's a moth. Oh, now I've looked at the light, my eyes have gone funny. And that's how the surprise bag was born. Exactly, Sophie. Exactly. Angela, yep, I've got that down here. So I've got 2 for you and 2 for Sharon. I haven't popped Sharon's name on the order list because it's all under the same order number. So Sharon is, I'll call your 2 and then Sharon's 2. So that's absolutely fine. That's what I have got down. But yeah, it's like I say, it's just because it's under the same order number. I haven't popped the different names on there. I hope that's okay. But your 2 oysters, you'd like mystery and to donate the shells. Is there certain colours that you're hoping for? 1 and 2. Sorry, Angela. I didn't think to do both names on there, but Sharon is definitely, I've got it here. Up next. So let's do your 2 oysters first. So if we go down, mystery oyster number 1. Lighter pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. And I can see quite a big peeper towards the side here. And there's no more in that one. Your first pearl out is a lemon yellow, and quite a large lemon yellow as well. Look at him. Joe, I can add you back in for today if you'd like me to, my lovely. So lemon yellow to start with. Angela, moving on to oyster number 2, which again is a mystery oyster. So you've got quite a sharp pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. You have a blush pink. So a lemon yellow and a blush pink. There's no more in that one. Angela, what do you think to these two? If you're happy with these ones, that's perfect. If you're not happy, we can swap them. Look, they look lovely together as well, don't they? They really go nicely. Your blush pink is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He's a 7.5. And the lemon yellow is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He's an 8.5. Can you have fitting on both of them for Pandora? You can indeed. I'm glad you're happy with the colour there though. So let me just, for the hoop fitting on the yellow and pink, perfect. That invoice will get sent across for you, I'm going to say over the weekend, just because it's my daughter's birthday and she has told me she doesn't want me to work tomorrow. So it will get sent to you over the weekend, if that's okay, to the email address that's on the order form. Thank you, Angela, for the donations with your shells as well. And I hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. And Sharon Lamb, you're here as well, I believe. Just confirm for me. Oh, I've just seen you there, Sharon. Angela, you're very, very welcome. Sharon, my lovely, you have got 2 oyster openings altogether. What 2 oysters? You beat me to it. Mystery oysters and donate your shells. Perfect. Is there certain colours that you're hoping for as well? Let me get these 2 open for you. There's 1 and 2. Okay, so let's go down. Your mystery oyster, Sharon, number 1. Lighter pop there. Oh, I'm just going to do that again. There we go. See what comes out. Okay, so there is your mother of pearl. And if we have a squidge in here, you've got a darker pearl there. There's no more in that one. So your first pearl colour, if I just dry him up and I can have a closer look. You do have a darker gunmetal grey there, almost black. You can see he's quite dark. Almost black, so gorgeous darker gunmetal grey. Moving on to your second oyster, which again is your mystery oyster. Lighter pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. And if we have a squidge in here, oh, a large pearl's popped out there. And there's no more in that one. Okay, and you have a dark purple here. So you've got a darker gunmetal grey and a darker purple. Very dark purple, if you can see that there. Now again, Sharon, if you're happy with these, that's perfect. If you're not happy, we can swap them for you. It's completely up to you, my lovely. Your gunmetal grey is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He's a 6.5. And the purple's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He's an 8.5. What do you think and what would you like to do? The bigger one on a hoop fitting, you can, let me write that down for you. On a hoop. Perfect. Again, I've got that down for you, my lovely. The invoice will get sent to the email address on the order form, and again that will get sent over across the that will get sent across for you over the weekend. Oh my gosh. Sharon, thank you for the donations with your shells as well, my lovely. And again, I hope that you're happy with everything once it arrives. The oh my goshing isn't me, guys, by the way, just because I can't seem to get my words out today. Oh, Sharon, you're very, very welcome. Okay, up next today is Tara Hughes. Tara, are you here? Now, I think I saw Tara earlier, so I'm hoping she's still here as well. Now, I am updating the order list my end as we go. So, can anybody let me know what the last name is on the order list that's on the page? Just so then I know when I need to update it, because I've been updating it here. I won't know when I'm at the end to let you guys know, if that makes sense. Tara, hello. You've got 5 oysters altogether. Mystery and donate. Perfect. Is there certain colours that you're hoping for here? We're going to have the one that jumped out because that's 3, 4 and 5. Who's just before Pamela, Bronnie? Because I've moved Pamela down because Pamela's requested to be later on the list. So because I've moved her down, who's just before her? So 5 oysters there. Hoping for the Dove Grey, Tara. Okay, so let's go down and look at your oysters. Patsy. Okay, I'm just going to make little notes here just so I know when I'm updating the order list for you guys. There we go. Thank you, everybody. Right, Tara, oyster number 1. Lighter pop there. And there is your mother of pearl. So straight away, your first oyster, you have got a watermelon. There's no more in that one. So brighter watermelon here. Now watermelons are like a pinky coral. Definitely different to coral. If you put a watermelon and a coral next to each other, you can see the difference. So this is our watermelon to start with there, Tara. Moving on to your oyster number 2, you have a lighter pop there. Oh, and in here, there's your mother of pearl. You are twinning. And you're twinning with 1 and 2, twinning with Lavender purples there. There's no more in that one. So again, lavenders are a darker lilac purple. Still overall a light pearl. Beautiful lavender twins there. Moving on to your third oyster. Oh, double pop there. And there is your mother of pearl. And in here you've got a darker blush pink / slight runaways, run down the front there. There's no more in that one. And actually, he's a two-tonal. He's two-tonal blush pink, and he's got a flash of purple to him. Can you see that? It's a very faint flash of purple. And then moving on to your next oyster, you've got a lighter pop there. And there's your mother of pearl. And you've got another blush pink. Now this one here definitely looks like he's a slightly lighter shade. There's no more in that one. I can have a look, Tara. You can definitely see the differences between the pinks there. So one's darker with that hint of purple, one is lighter. And then your last oyster, which is a softer pop there. Oh, and you're twinning, both of which just jumped out as I opened him up. So there is your mother of pearl. And there's no more in that one. So twinning for a second time and twinning corals. Tara, my lovely, what do you think to these? Now I'm just going to have a look at the one from earlier in just a moment. I'm going to measure these, then I'm going to have a look, okay? So you've got a watermelon, a blush pinky purple, twinning lavenders, then you've got a lighter blush pink and twinning corals as well. So what do you think to the other colours? Your watermelon is a runaway. He's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He's a 7.5. Blush pinky purple is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5. He's an 8. Lavender number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7. Lavender number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7. Lighter blush pink's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He's a 7.5. And coral number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He's a 6.5. Coral number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He's a 6.5 as well. Now the lady, Julie McCloskin, are you here? Just because it looks like your lavenders are a different size to Julie's. Ooh, let me have a look. You'd like to keep that one and swap the rest for Dove Greys. I don't know if I've got that many Dove Greys next to me. Where is the... Oh, I don't have any next to me. Hang on. Now, that doesn't mean that I don't have them, but it does mean that I can't swap them in now. Let me bring you back up for a second. So, I don't think there's a weight on them. I think I've got them in. I just don't think I haven't got them next to me. These are all the darker silvers that are in here. So, are you happy for me to swap those off of the live? Okay. So what I'm going to do is That's fine to swap like that. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, let me just get my brain working for a second. So these 4, so we're going to swap coral ×2, blush pink and watermelon for 4 Dove Greys. Then we're going to put a post-it on to say Mavender's swap with Julie. So end with 1 Mavender, so Julie's Mavender and the other Dove Grey. So you'll have 5 Dove Greys and 1 Mavender, 1 Pinky Blush Pink. Now I've put it on a post-it here because I need to email Julie first just to get her confirmation that she'd like to swap out both of hers for yours. Now if she doesn't and she'd like to match her one, I won't be able to do that. Then I'll email you and then you can let me know what you'd like to do. But I can't do that. Obviously I can't swap them around without her permission because they are her pearls. So I'm just making the notes here, so bear with me. Yes, of course, Tara. I mean, it's extremely kind of you to do, definitely. It's just I can't do it without her sort of giving me the nod or not. So I'm just making a note with Julie to email to see if she wants the Mavenders from... Okay. I've got that down for you, my lovely. I'll email you either way to let you know if it's been swapped with Julie or if it's not. You don't want both of hers, just Mavender. Yes, so what I've done is basically both your Mavenders are going to be swapped out. One for possibly her Mavender if she says yes, and one for a Dove Grey. So you'll end up with 5 Dove Greys, a Mavender and the blush pinky purple. Okay. If she says yes or no, you'll get an email, my lovely. But I do need to get her confirmation first. And I've got that all written down here. I hope that's okay. With the Dove Greys, again, I don't think there's going to be a wait at all. It's just that I don't have them next to me here. So if there is a wait, I'll email you, but I don't think there will be a wait. I just need to get them swapped off the live. That's okay? Perfect. Tara, thank you for the donations with your shells. Yeah, I hope you're happy with everything once it arrives, and you'll get an email from me letting you know either way what's happened. Okay, as soon as I know. I mean, the email may not be straight away because they'll just have to wait for the email back from Julie first. But yeah, I'll let you know either way. Okay. Perfect. Right, up next today is Tanya Howard. Tanya, are you here? Tanya, hello. Mystery, keep one shell, donate the other. So I've got down that you've got one opening here, my lovely. I have, Kathy. Yes, I added you onto the end of the order list, my lovely. So Tanya, I've got down that you've got one mystery oyster. So you'd like to keep half of the shell and then donate the other half. Is that correct? And if so, is there certain colours that you're hoping for? Oh, you've ordered twice. Okay, give me just a moment. Let me bring you back up so I can find you. Are you on my order list over here twice? Oh, you are. Sorry, I didn't realise. If I realise, I do try to put people together, sometimes I don't always realise. I think I found you. So same name, same address. That's perfect. So you have got 2 openings. I do apologise. So 2 mystery oysters. Now that's better. So keep 1 shell, donate the other. Let me just mark off here that you're there. Perfect. So if we get your second mystery oyster, hoping for a coral or a yellow, but we're going to see what comes out. Okie dokie. So let's go down. Your mystery oyster number 1. Now we'll try and keep this shell for you. And if this one breaks, then obviously we'll keep the next one. So oyster number 1, there's the mother of pearl. And if we have a squid in here, ooh, you have a blue. There's no more in that one. You've got a rare coloured blue. He's a mix between a Pepsi and a Smurf blue. I'm gonna say he's closer to a Smurf blue here. So Smurf blues are extremely rare just because they never, they don't come out that often at all. But starting with a Smurf blue, which is that gorgeous lighter shade of blue there. And then moving on to oyster number 2, which again is your mystery oyster. Got quite a nice deeper pop there. Oh, this shell is breaking. There we go. Okay, so in here, there is your mother of pearl. And you've got a larger chocolate bronze here. And again, there's no more in that one. Sophie actually named our Smurf blues, Neil. She named them. Okay, so you've got a Smurf blue and a larger chocolate bronze. What do you think to these, Tanya? Again, if you're happy with these, that's perfect. If you're not, we can swap them for you. Your Smurf blue's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. And your chocolate bronze is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He's an 8.5. Oh, Sophie. Keep the Smurf blue, change the chocolate for a coral, of course. Oh, fudge. Oh. Oh gosh, what's going on? I put it right on the edge of the board here and it fell off. You're turning into Aaron with his colours, Neil. You don't want that many. Give me just a second. I'm just... Oh gosh. Right, is that all of them? Yes. Okay. Are you happy with that one there, my lovely? Kathy, I've got 2 different songs going in my head there. It's raining pearls. And then hallelujah. Are you happy with that one? Let me just bring you back up here. Beautiful. Perfect. I'm glad you're happy with that. Right, I'm just popping your name on your shells. And then if I pop your pearls in here. Note Tan, you're very, very welcome. I hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. And thank you for the donation of the shell with the other one there as well. And that's safe up there for you. You've got the Smurfs in your head. What's the Smurfs? Da 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 da. Is that the Smurfs? Da 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 da. I think that's the Smurfs. Yep, Pamela, you're on the you're on the order list for today, my lovely. Up next today is Kelly Galloway. Kelly, are you here? That's the Smurfs. Cool. So did I. And my kids like the Smurf movies now. However, I prefer the good old cartoon versions to the animation and human combined films. But my kids, obviously, they love the newer films. But yeah, I prefer the old ones. Excuse me. So I'm looking for Kelly Galloway. Kelly, are you here? If you are here, please type I'm invisible. It'll bring your comment forward so I can see you. And if anybody else can see Kelly, please comment on her comments because that will bring it forward so I can see. Yep, hello Kelly, hello. And I've got your loyalty card here. So you've got 5 openings altogether. What 5 oysters would you like? And would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? A womble. I remember wombles, but only briefly. Like I can't remember anything about them. They had the fuzzy with the long noses. Is that a womble? That's all I remember. Fuzzy with long noses. Is that a womble? I don't know. Favourite is Fraggle Rock. What's that? Bill and Ben. Yep, Bill and Ben. The Wombles of Wimbledon Common. It's not ringing a bell. Nunu and donate, Kelly. Perfect. So how many did we say? 5 altogether. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Donating the shells. Are there certain colours you're hoping for? Oh yes, Sophie, that's it. Sophie's just sent me a picture of a womble. I assume that's a womble. That's what I was imagining, Sophie. So I assume that's a womble. It's not bananas in pyjamas. No, I know that one. Underground, overground, wombling free. Is that? I feel like that's the song. Poddington Peas for me. I'm forever singing that theme in my head. Poddington Peas. Oh, I don't know any of these today. You haven't lived until you've seen Fraggle Rock. I don't know what Fraggle Rock is. I really, is it new? Is it a new thing? Like, have I missed it with my kids kind of thing? The flump. I don't have a clue what anyone's going on about today. Let's go down. So, Kelly, Nunu Rainbow Oysters. Okay. So, there's one side. And the other side. And in your first oyster, there's no more in that one. So you have a darker pearl here. Oh, it's an older thing. Your first pearl is a darker purple. So he's almost like a chocolatey purple, but I would say that he's base purple there with the chocolate overtone. Moving on to oyster number 2. There's one side. And the other side. And in here you are twinning. And there's no more in that one. So twinning with darker chocolate twins here. So Sophie's just sent me pictures of the Fragile Rock thing. They're like Muppets, is that right? Have I just offended everyone? But no, they like Muppets. Kelly, now you are twinning with chocolate twins here. One's lighter chocolate, one is a darker chocolate. Then moving on to your next Nunu Rainbow Oyster. There's one side. There's the other side. But they live underground. Oh. Love turnips or radishes. I mean, I'm getting the whole story here, guys. There's no more in that one, Kelly. I feel like I need to watch this thing. Now, your pearl here is a gorgeous darker TARDIS blue. Again, he looks like he's a larger size. Let me pop them here. So far, I am a 90s baby, yeah. So far you've got a darker chocolatey purple, twinning chocolates, one lighter, one darker, and a TARDIS blue. And you've still got 2 oysters to go. So moving on to your next oyster, Kelly. There's one side and the other side. And in here we have a darker pearl. There's no more in that one. And you have a, oh, let me have a closer look. He's a 2-tonal gunmetal, so he's just lighter and slightly darker. Oh, I don't know if the camera's going to pick that up. He's quite dark, lighter and darker gunmetal. And then moving on to your last oyster, which again is a Nunu Rainbow Oyster, my lovely. There's one side. And the other side. And in here, oh, you have your pearl here. You do like your darker pearls. Good. Sorry, I'm just trying to see what colour this one is. I can see flashes. Sorry, I completely zoned out then. You do. He is an oil slick. I was trying to see that. Okay, so you've got a darker based, purpley chocolate based oil slick. So hopefully you're going to be able to see. Oh, without even moving it there, can you see all the colours there? So if we move it round, it's a purple chocolate base. And there's the silver, the blues, the greens, the purples. Gorgeous oil slick there. Kelly, what do you think to all of these? You've got twinning chocolates, one lighter, one darker, TARDIS blue, chocolatey purple, two-tonal gunmetal grey, and a purple-based oil slick. It's your first oil slick. I love that. So are you happy with all of these, my lovely? If I run them through the board, the purple chocolate's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. TARDIS blue's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8, he's an 8.5. Chocolate twins, darker of the twos, not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8, he's an 8.5. Lighter of the two is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8, he's an 8.5. Two-tonal gunmetal grey's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. And your oil slick is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he is a 6.5. I'm glad you're happy with them all, Kelly. Let me pop them in here for you. And it's your first oil slick. And I personally think that the oil slicks are better in life because the camera doesn't always pick them up at all. And you can definitely, those of you who've got an oil slick, hopefully you'll agree with me, but they are better when you receive them and you can see all of the colours as you go around the pile. But Kelly, thank you for the donations with your shells, and I do hope you're happy with everything once it arrives. Okay, up next today is Selena Hodges. Selena, are you here? Agreed, Ronnie. Yes. They are. The oil slick, honestly. Sometimes the camera catches them, but most of the time, they're better when you see them. It's stunning in real life. Yes, exactly. I'm glad you like it. And Selena, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Selena, you've got a queenly gift and then you've also got 2 oyster openings. Shall we do your 2 oyster openings first and then the queenly gift afterwards, if that's okay? If so, what 2 oysters would you like? And would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? I've just asked Aaron to come in to cover as well. So after Selena, after your opening, I need to take a quick comfort break. So Aaron's going to come in and talk to you guys while I do that. I'll only be a minute. That's fine. Mystery and donate. Okay, so 1 and 2. Is there certain colours that you're hoping for with these, my lovely? There's 1 and 2. So let's go down for your first 2 oysters. Mystery oyster number 1. Oh, lighter pop there. Okay, so first oyster, there is your mother of pearl. Now I can see a darker pearl straight away here. And he is, oh, actually I'll double check him in just a second. There's no more in that one. And he is a darker chocolatey purple. I'm going to say he's a base chocolate with a slight purple overtone. Okay, perfect. And then moving on to your mystery oyster number 2. lighter pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. And, oh, there's lots of runaways today. You have a darker Pepsi blue, almost moving into the TARDIS blue there. And there's no more in that one. Selena, you've got a darker Pepsi blue and a chocolatey purple. What do you think to those? Again, if you're happy with these, that's perfect. If you're not happy, we can swap them for you. If I run these ones through the board, your blue is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He's a 6.5. And the purpley chocolate is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5. He's an 8. Oh, Linda, I'm glad you're happy. Pamela, it's a clear crystal with the holographic on the back, which has got like purples, blues and pinks in the holographic bit. Hello.
Hello.
Did you bring a tea?
I did not.
Would you like to bring a tea? Just because I've got to finish doing this opening, unless you want to do the opening. No? Okay. Thanks. Please come straight back though. Thank you, darling. Chocolate for a gold. Not a problem. If you can have a look here for me. Are you happy with that one there? Aaron doesn't want to do an opening. I don't blame him, to be fair. He's currently finishing off our daughter's cake ready for tomorrow. I think I've got to then finish it again after the live. So I think he's doing the base of it and then I'm doing the writing. It's going to be a long night. Perfect, Selena. Perfect. I'll just say about her cake quickly. We're doing the cake. She wanted a triple chocolate fudge cake. So Aaron's baked, and Aaron loves baking, so I'm hoping it will be okay for her. But he's baked a triple chocolate fudge cake, but we're doing it in the theme of the cake that Hagrid gets Harry, because she's really into Harry Potter. So it's going to be like a slightly squashed cake with like a crack down it with the pink icing, and then I'm going to pipe on pipe on Happy Birthday Aurora in the same theme with the yellow, with the pink, and then the green writing. So it's going to be really cool. I'm very excited. I'm hoping she's going to love it. Simple, but hopefully effective. Sorry, Selena, you also have a blue queenly gift, so that's one in here. So let's go down to get him open. I was just telling everyone about your cake. So let's get him open. So you've got 1 and 2, and you have a anklet. You have the Crystal Heart CZ anklet. Now this one has got the light pink crystal hearts as you go around. Now it's got 3 sets here. There's also 3 sets on the back. Okay, so each set has got 2 crystal hearts which sort of dangle around when you've got it obviously around the ankle there. Now with this one you can have the pearl on or off of the jewellery. It's going to be completely up to you what you'd like to do with that, my lovely. And I hope you're happy with that there. So that one has come with 2 oysters here, Selena. Would there be certain colours that you're hoping for? So oyster number 1. There's one side and the other side. And your first oyster, you are quadding. And there's no more in that one. So your first oyster has given you a pink, watermelon, gold and darker gunmetal grey. Pink, watermelon, gold and gunmetal grey. And then moving on to your next oyster, which is again from your blue parcel. There's one side and the other side. And in here we have a apple green, and there's no more in that one. Selena, what do you think to these, my lovely? You can have a pearl on or off of the anklet. It's completely up to you. You've got a pink, a watermelon, a gold, a gunmetal grey and a green, which has got that darker green spot. Can you see that there? If I just move that around slightly, he's got that darker green spot on him. If I run them through the board for you, your pink is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He is a 7. Watermelon's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He's a 7.5. Gold is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He's a 7.5. And the gunmetal grey is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He's a 7.5. Your apple green is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He's an 8.5. Let me bring you up. So you'd like to donate the pink and the watermelon to my swaps. Thank you, my lovely. That's, again, it's very, very kind of you to do so. That leaves you with the green, the gold and the gunmetal. And then you'd like no pearls on the anklet. Okay, so if I just write that down as well. So we're going to have no pearl on there. Selena, I hope you're happy with that. And thank you again. Thank you, honestly, for the donations with the pearls. It's very, very kind of you. And with the donations of the shells as well, thank you, my lovely. I do hope that you'll be happy with everything as well once it arrives. No problem. Bless you. Thank you, my lovely. Right, I'm going to let Aaron come and talk to you for a minute, just because I need to have a really, really quick comfort break. So I'll be back in a moment. Oh, let me give you the microphone.
No, it'd be funny if you don't.
You're Hawaii. There you go.
Hello.
Thank you.
Howdly doodly. How is everybody on this fine and fabulous day? What? Just in the event that she didn't see your comment about donating the pink and the watermelon, I will keep that. I don't know where to write that. Random post-it note. Yeah, we'll go with that one. So, donate pink and watermelon. Hello, Kathy, Suzanne, Linda, Carol, Tara. What? Kathy? Lindsay, Amy, Karen, how is everybody today? Fraggle Rock? Not that I know of. Yeah, less of a bake-off and more of a... our daughter commented a couple of days ago saying what type of cake she wanted, and it very quickly dawned on me I hadn't sorted a cake yet. So yeah, that was quick scrambling yesterday to do a chocolate fudge cake. So I've had that sitting there and just started icing it now. So it's got this lovely crumb coat. So it's just about getting the rest on now. Oh, happy birthday, Lindsay. I haven't been to Scotland in years. I need to go up there. It is a nice country. I know. I think it only just dawned on Brecken probably Yes. Well, no, I think it literally was yesterday when I turned around and went, you realise the kids are done for school now? Like, what? Yeah, you got them here for a week. Have fun now. Oh, happy birthday coming up, Tanya.
Happy birthday.
It's my cake, Tan.
to
My
you.
cake is amazing.
Huh?
What?
I just had a little peek of the cake actually.
Touch my cake.
I didn't touch it. I just looked at it.
What'd you do that for? It's going to go wrong now.
It will go wrong.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Happy birthday to you.
I was meant to write down a note, but I forgot to write the note down.
For what?
About donating for... Did you get that for the last person? About donating the watermelon and the something?
And the pink, yeah, I already did that.
I forgot to write it. Luckily, Brecken did.
I already did it.
Amazing.
Everything is awesome.
You're so amazing. What's that from?
I don't know. Are you okay?
Yeah. I am hot.
Why did you come on with the hoodie on? You've been wearing a hoodie inside the house.
No, my top underneath this is covered in icing sugar.
Oh, no one would have cared to see it in your ice and sugar.
I know. Bye-bye now.
You're so careful. You're so
It happened
careful.
once, it will never happen again.
He's so careful when he stands up now. Because once he accidentally like mooned everyone. Oh, bless him. Right. Hello. Thank you for bearing. What? Pens everywhere. Who's about to write a post-it on a post-it that I've already got written stuff on? You don't write on the back. Who writes on the back of a post-it? If you've got writing on the front of a post-it, it's because you need to know that post-it. If you write on the back, you don't see. Who does that? I'm going to be having words with my husband. Sorry. That instantly got to me. Grr. Right. Okay. That Aaron's form. Yeah, he just mooned everyone. He didn't mean to, did he? But he's very, very conscious of it now. Bless him. Bless him. Right. Shall we carry on the evening? Dun, 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 dun. Oh, let me grab the oysters back. So, up next today is Anne Lewis. Anne, my lovely, are you here? Sorry, I was just having some of my drink there. I am Roz. We've still got quite an order list to go. I'll do the updated order list soon, actually. These are clean gloves on, so I can touch my face until I touch an oyster. So, you'll wait for Sunday. Oh, okay, Roz, my lovely. Well, if you're still here near the end and you'd like to have it on today, just shout out at me and I can add it in. That's not a problem. If not, you'll be booked in for Sunday and that's fine as well. So, Anne Lewis, are you here? If you are, possibly type I'm invisible because that will bring your comment forward so I can see you. And again, if anybody else can see Anne, please comment on her comment because that will bring it forward so I can see. So I've tried this new Carmex one. I love Carmex because I have really bad lips. So I've got Carmex in like every bag and coat I have. And so this one I've tried. Normally I've got the tubey squeezy one. The you squeeze the tube and it comes out of the like round thing at the top. Yeah, I don't know how else to describe it. But this one's a normal lip balm one and it's watermelon and it's really, really nice. Thought I'd tell everybody. Perfect. Anne, you're here. Hello. So you've got 4 openings altogether. You'd like mystery oysters and you'd like to donate your shells. And is there certain colours that you're hoping for? How's Puppy? He's doing really well, thank you. Thank you, Neil. Both dogs are doing really well, actually. He's going to have to go for his first groom soon because he is a fluff ball. His hair is over an inch long, probably closer to 2 inch. Yeah, closer to 2 inches long his hair now. So I'm brushing him constantly. So I think he's almost ready for his first groom. It's still quite fluffy. With poodles, as they get older, the fur gets more coarse and slightly more curly. And that's the stage when it starts turning that you can have the first groom done properly. So he's obviously been for washes and stuff, but he hasn't had a proper cut yet. So I'm hoping he can have his cut soon because he's getting very long haired. Right, so Anne, is there certain colours that you're hoping for? So, mystery oyster number 1. Wait and see the colours. Okay, so lighter pop there. And oyster number 1, there's your mother of pearl. Oh, now you have 1 runaway, but I can also see your first oyster, Anne, and you're twinning. And you're twinning with coral twins here. Now straight away I can see that one of your corals is slightly darker than the other, and actually the darker one may be visually slightly smaller. I don't know if they'll measure different sizes because there's definitely not a lot in it, but I think you can see visually different sizes there. Moving on to oyster number 2, and we have a lighter pop with that one. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. And Anne, I can see for a second time you are twinning. And you're twinning with chocolate bronze twins here. There's no more in that one. Now, visually, again, these look like they are slightly different sizes. So we've got 1 twin larger and 1 twin smaller. These ones, however, do look like they're the same colour. Moving on to your next oyster. We've got a lighter pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. And if we have a squidge in here, you are twinning for a 3rd time, Anne. And there's no more in that one. And these ones you're twinning with 2-tonal gold pearls. Now our 2-tonal golds are very gold and almost go into like a lighter silvery tone. So here is the gold. And as you go round, you go darker and then back into that lighter tone. So that's twin number 1. And twin number 2 is the same colours. It's just obviously different markings. So straight away the brighter gold into that lighter gold and then brighter again. So twinning 2-tonal gold pearls. And then moving on to your last oyster, which is a mystery oyster. Quite a nice deep pop there. And why not end it off, Anne, with 4 sets of twins? You are twinning with chocolate twins here. And there's no more in that one. You've got very autumnally colours here. All of your twins go really, really well together. So you've got the coral moving into the gold, moving into the chocolate bronze, moving into the darker chocolate. Can you see what I mean? They all sort of match beautifully. However, Anne, it's going to be up to you. If you're happy with these, then that's perfect. If you're not happy, we can swap them for you. If I run them through the board, lighter corals, not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. Brighter corals, not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. They're measuring the same size there. Chocolate bronze number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8, he's an 8.5. Twin number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. They're measuring different sizes there. Gold twin number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. And gold twin number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. They're measuring the same size. Chocolate twin number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Chocolate twin number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. So they're actually measuring different sizes with the darker chocolate twins. And what do you think to all of these? I'm just going to pop them down a second, my lovely. I'm just waiting for that to come through. While I'm waiting for Anne's comment to come through, I will just say we are live on the Wednesday coming up this week because Wednesday is the 1st of June. So that will be our monthly charm deal date. We normally go live on the first Wednesday of each month. However, this just happens that the 1st is on the Wednesday. So I just wanted to let everybody know because it's going to come around really quickly. That we're live on that Wednesday there. Oh, Anne, hello. Can we swap the lighter coral for a watermelon, 1 gold for a bright yellow, and both of the first chocolates for Tardis blue and Cadbury purple? Okie dokie. So, watermelon. Bright yellow, Tardis blue and Cadbury purple. Okay, and can you just have a look here for me and let me know if those ones are okay? So the top, hang on, so these 4 to the side of the 4 I've taken out. The top row are your 4 originals that we're keeping, and then the bottom row there, the watermelon, sunshine yellow, Cadbury purple and Tardis blue are the ones that we've added in. Are you happy with those there, my lovely? I'm just going to bring you up and take away the swaps that you've requested. swap other twins for burgundy red and a bright yellow again for Bronny. So the chocolate twins, and you'd like a bright burgundy red for you and then a sunshine yellow for Bronny. Is that right, my lovely? Alison, bless you. Thank you ever so much for the stars there. Okay, so the red I've added in for you and the yellow I've added in, and that's going to Bronny. Is that correct, Anne? And are all of those colours okay for you? Is that all correct? What I'm doing is I'm just gonna, yes, perfect. So I've taken away Bronny's yellow with a little note saying that it's going to Bronny, and then I can add it on to Bronny's. That's not a problem. And I'm glad you're happy with the rest of your colours there as well. So let me pop the rest of your colours in here. Anne, I hope you're happy with that, and of course with everything once it arrives. Thank you for the donations with your shells as well. And that's safe up there for you. Perfect. Okay, up next today is Cindy Brown. Cindy, are you here? And you're very, very welcome. Cindy Brown, are you here? Cindy, hello. Cindy, you have got 3 openings altogether. What 3 oysters would you like, and would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? Mystery and donate. So 3 oysters, mystery oysters, donate your shells. Cindy, is there certain colours that you're hoping for with these ones? 1 and 2 and 3. So if we go down, my lovely, mystery oyster number 1. Ooh, softer pop there. Okay, so we'll see what comes out, Cindy, and then you can let me know at the end if you're happy. So there's your mother of pearl. And to start with, we've got a huge yellow pearl, and he's a 2-tonal yellow there. So he's a lemon and pastel. Oh, possibly slightly into sunshine yellow as well, actually. So a 3-tonal yellow, Cindy. So quite a nice unusual pearl to start with here. So hopefully you can see the 3 tones of yellow as you go around the pearl. He is beautiful. And like I say, quite a nice sized yellow there as well. Moving on to oyster number 2. With a gorgeous deep pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. And straight away, you are twinning. And you're twinning with darker TARDIS blue twins. There's no more in that one. So here are your TARDIS blues, my lovely. Gorgeous darker blues there as well. And then moving on to your last oyster, which again is a mystery oyster, and we have a lighter pop with that one. There is your mother of pearl. And I can see right at the top here you've got a coral pearl. Let's squidge him out. And there's no more in that one. Cindy, what do you think to all of these, my lovely? You've got a 3-tonal yellow, twinning darker TARDIS blues, and a brighter coral. Now, if you're happy with these, I'll need to know which ones you'd like where. And of course, if you're not happy, Cindy, we can swap them for you. Your coral is not a... Oh, he's a runaway. He's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He is a 6.5. 3-tonal yellow is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He's an 8.5. And then blue number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5. He's an 8. Blue number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5. He's an 8 as well. So the blues are measuring the same size there. What do you think to those, my lovely? Good night, Tanya. Thank you for joining us today. I'm just going to bring you up, Cindy. However, if there's colour swaps, I can... Oh, I've just seen. Can we change the coral for an icy blue? Let's go back down. You can indeed. And put that on the jewellery and the rest on lobster fittings. Now, just confirm if you're happy with this blue here. Now you do have fittings, you've chosen one hoop and one lobster fitting already. Did you want to change the hoop to a lobster, or are you happy to keep one hoop? If so, do you have a preference of colours to go on there? Sorry, Cindy, lots of colours there, not lots of questions there. So we're going to have, from the top, we're going to have icy blue on the jewellery. And then we've got one hoop, one lobster fitting already. Would you like to keep one of each and then have the invoice for the other on a lobster fitting, or would you prefer to change them all to lobster? Blue on hoop. Perfect. Okay, so the invoice for the extra additional lobster fittings, that will get sent across for you over the weekend to the email address that's on the order form, my lovely. Okay, so I've got that all down for you. Icy blue on the jewellery, then dark blue on the hoop, dark blue on the lobster, and coral on the lobster. No, sorry, yellow on the lobster as well. Perfect. Lindsay, I hope you're happy with that and with everything there. Again, thank you for the donations with your shells, my lovely. And that's safe up there for you. Perfect. And up next is Wendy Evans. Wendy, are you here? Cindy, you're very, very welcome. Wendy, hello. Wendy, you have got one opening altogether. What type of oyster would you like, and would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? Sorry, I was just finishing my tea there. Mystery and donate. Wendy, is there a certain colour that you're hoping for today? Let's get your Oh, there we go. Mystery oyster open. And let's go down. Quite a nice deep pop there. And Wendy, in your oyster, there's your mother of pearl. And if we have a squidge in here, we're going to wait and see for the colour. Oh, you have a purple. There's no more in that one. You have a, oh, I can't tell if it's a lilac or if it's a lavender, but it's a lighter purple. I think it's slightly more, I think it's bang in the middle actually between the lighter and the darker purple. So it's a in between the lilac and the lavender there, but you've got a lighter purple. Wendy, what do you think to this one? Again, if you're not happy, we can swap him for you. He's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7. You love it. Perfect. So just confirm for me, are you happy to keep him? Are you happy to keep him? Very happy. Perfect. Wendy, my lovely, I hope you'll be happy with everything as well once it arrives. And again, thank you for the donations with your shells as well. And that's safe up there for you. Okay, and up next today is Linda Dixon. Linda, are you here? Linda Dixon, are you here? Lilander. I quite like Lilander. Not gonna lie, that sounds quite nice. Lilander. Sounds like a name, doesn't it? Linda, hello, hello, hello. Linda, you've got two openings, and then you've got a Queenly gift. So we'll do your 2 oyster openings first, if that's okay. So with your 2 oyster openings, Linda, what 2 oysters would you like? And would you like to keep, or would you like to donate your shells? Mystery and donate. Is there certain colours that you're hoping for at all? So 2 mystery oysters. There's 1 and 2. So let's go down, my lovely. Mystery oyster number 1. You've got a lighter pop there. Any colours? Okay, so in here. Oh, and you've got a backwards runaway. There is your mother of pearl. Now, backwards runaway, and he looks like he's had pinkle kind of tone to him. There's no more in that one. He's a base pink, and he's got a slight purple hint to him. So I'm going to say you've got a pinkly pinkle there. And then moving on to oyster number 2, which again is a mystery oyster. Got quite a nice deep pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. And I can actually see in there, you are twinning. And you're twinning with brighter pink pearls, Linda. And there's no more in that one. So a pinkle and brighter pink twins here. Let me pop them in here. What do you think to these? Now again, if you're happy with these, that's perfect. If you're not happy, we can swap them. You can definitely see the pinkle, like the purple with that pink. Now it's against the other pinks there. So the pinkle is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Bright pink's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. And his twin is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's also a 6.5. So they are the same size there. You're happy with those ones? Perfect. Just confirm you're happy to keep those colours. I'm going to pop them on here. But just confirm for me if that's okay. Lovely. Haven't got many pinks. Perfect. So you also have a Queenly Gift Sparkle, which is one of the purple ones. So there is them up here. I'm just gonna go for this one. And let's go down. Now with our purples, again, they should be a guaranteed 4 pearl oyster in here. I've explained before, but I'll just explain again. If there's not, we will sort it for you so you get one, okay? So we'll see what comes out and then we'll go from there. Now your charm is this one here, and this is one of my favourite favourite colour crystals. So it is a traditional heart charm. So these ones are on the website. The colour though is the emerald green. He is gorgeous. Deep emerald green heart. It is the shimmer one as well, which does mean it has this shimmer on the back. So it's the emerald green shimmer heart. Linda, I hope you're happy with this crystal charm here. Now with this one, you've obviously got your 2 oysters there, and you can have the pearl on or off of the jewellery. So it's going to be up to you if you'd like a pearl on there or not. You just let me know what you'd like to do. So we'll see what pearls come out, and then yeah, you can decide if you'd like a pearl on or off. Now with your first oyster here, there's one side and the other side, and your first oyster, oh, popped out there. You have a autumn peach, and there's no more in that one. So your first oyster has given you a autumn peach. And then moving on to oyster number 2. There's one side and the other side. And it's not a 4 pearl oyster. Dun, dun, dun. You are twinning though. So now Linda, now you have a decision to make. You are twinning with, one's a lilac and one's a lavender twins here. So one's a lighter, one's a slightly darker purple, and a autumn peach. So which set of pearls here would you like to keep? So you keep one, the other one's going to go into my swaps, and then we're going to grab you a 4 pearl oyster to open now. Okay, so you can either keep the autumn peach or the purple twins. Which one would you like to keep? Just going to bring you lavender and swap out the peach. Perfect. So both the purples are yours. I've swapped the peach out, and I'm going to grab the 4 pearl oyster bag for you. So I do apologise that there wasn't a 4 pearl oyster in the parcel, which is why again I haven't added to the purple ones just until we've worked out if all of them have got 4 pearls in or not. So let's open up your 4 pearl oyster for your other pearls, and then we can decide what you'd like to do with that charm. So if we go back down again, your 4 pearl oyster here, there's one side and the other side, and you are quadding 1, 2, 3 and 4, and there's no more in that one. Okay, so if we have a closer look at these colours here, you've got a lemon yellow, a coral, a icy blue, and a dark grape purple. Okay, what do you think to all of these, Linda? Would you like to have a pearl on or off of the jewellery? And if on, which colour would you like? Twinning, lilacs, lemon yellow, grape purple, coral and icy blue. If I run them through the board, purple twin number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Purple twin number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Lemon yellow is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. Grape purple's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. Coral's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a runaway, he's a 7. And the icy blue is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5 as well. No, there's nothing in the bin, my lovely. No pearl, so pearls off of the jewellery, that's not a problem at all. I hope you're happy with all of these though, Linda. And of course with the other pearls as well from your openings. So I'm just writing that down. No pearl on the jewellery. Perfect. Thank you for the donations with your shells as well, my lovely. And of course I hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives as well. Okay. And up next today is Virginia Martin. Virginia, are you here? Linda, you're very, very welcome. Rachel, I hope you and your little one are doing well, my lovely. Bless you. And Ginger, hello, hello, hello. Ginger, you've got 3 openings today. You'd like mystery oysters and to donate your shells. Is there certain colours that you're hoping for? So 1, 2 and 3. One, 2 and 3. So let's go down for your openings, my lovely. Oyster number 1. Any colour but not white. Okay, so fingers crossed for a coloured pearl. There's your mother of pearl. Now if we have a squidge in here, oh, your first pearl is, there's no more in that one. Now I believe he is a lemon yellow to start with. So I'm going to pop him straight in the sand there. So a lemon yellow, almost has got like a green overtone to him there. So base yellow, but almost has that green tone to him. Moving on to oyster number 2. Light pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. And I can see here you've got a brighter icy blue. Let me squidge him out for you. And there's no more in that one. So a lemon yellow and a icy blue. And then moving on to your last oyster, which is a lighter pop there. And there's your mother of pearl. And in here, I can actually see, Ginger, you are twinning. And you are twinning with Pepsi Blues here. And there's no more in that one. Okay, what do you think to these, my lovely? Love them all. Can you have them all with the pin cap fittings? You can indeed, my lovely. I'll just hold them up so you can confirm. Icy blue, yellow with that green overtone, and Pepsi blue twins. I'll run them through the board as well. The blue twin number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. Blue twin number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. Green is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. And the blue, icy blue, is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he is an 8. Okay, let me pop these in here. Now with the pin caps, that's absolutely fine. The invoice for the pin caps will get sent for you over the weekend, and it will go to the email address that's on the order form, if that's okay. So I'm just writing that down for you. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Ginger, thank you as well for the donations with your shells. And again, I hope you're happy with everything once it arrives. Okay. And up next then today is Lindsay Kinlock. Lindsay, are you here? Lindsay, I've literally just called you, my lovely, so that was perfect timing. Are you happy to have your openings now, if that's okay? Sorry, I'm just sorting the order list out as well. Lindsay Kinlock. Oh, bless you, Carol. I can do, that's not a problem. However, would you be able to email me the order number and of course that you'd like to donate it? Rachel, if you're still here, I know you've got so much going on at the moment. We've got a lovely lady who'd like to donate you pearl on a hoop fitting. So I'll keep it here for you, and whenever you're ready, pop me an email over, Rachel, with your address that you'd like me to send it to, and then I'll get that sent for you. But no rush at all. Whenever you're ready, just get that information over for me. But it can be as long as you want, my lovely, okay? Lindsay, 4 openings altogether, 3 natural, 1 mystery. So 1, 2, 3. Would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells, Lindsay? And is there certain colours that you're hoping for? I'm just getting these open for you. And 3. Okay, so let's go down. Your mystery oyster, you have a lighter pop there. Donate Lindsay. Okay, so your first oyster with the mystery oyster, there's your mother of pearl. And straight away you are twinning. Twinning with bright hot pink pearls here. And there's no more in that one. So twinning, my lovely, with bright hot pink pearls. Let me pop these in the sand for you. And then moving on to your normal natural pearls, oysters here. Okay, so hopefully there's no stowaways in these ones. Oyster number 1, Lindsay. There's one side and the other side. Oh no, the first one is a stowaway. Right, so you are twinning, but they are, I can see, because they've got colour in them, so you can get the darker, you can get darker natural pearls. However, as this has got that deep purple to them, one's a chocolate and one's a chocolatey purple, I'm going to say those two are not natural colours there. Okay, so I do apologise, Lindsay, and we can swap them at the end if obviously you're not happy with them. Moving on to your next oyster. There's one side. And the other side. And in here, for a third time, you are twinning. And there's no more in that one. So twinning with, they look like Snow White pearls here. So twinning Snow White pearls there. So third set of twins. I'm just going to move these down actually, just so we can fit them all on the same screen. And then moving on to your last oyster, Lindsay. There's one side. Oh, and the other side. And in here you have got a natural coloured pink pearl. Now there's no more in there. It's a very pale pink, almost like a baby kind of pink, but it's a natural coloured pink. What do you think to all of these, Lindsay? Now, if you're happy with these, again, that's perfect. If you're not happy, we can, of course, swap them. So you've got twinning bright pinks, twinning Snow Whites, twinning chocolates, and a natural pink as well. What do you think to all of these? I'm going to run them through the board for you. Snow White number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Snow White number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he is a 7. Hot Pink number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He's not an 8.5. Lindsay, your Hot Pink number 1 is a 9. You are in the 9 club with pink number 1. Let me measure his twin. He's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He's an 8.5. So you're in the 9 club with one of the twins there. Natural Pink is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He's a 7.5. And Chocolate number 1's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5. He's an 8. Chocolate number 2's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He's a 7.5. So if you're happy with them all and you're happy to keep them, if you keep your 9, you get, I'm just grabbing it, you get a 9 club badge. So this is the 9 club badge. Obviously it is backwards, but if you get a 9 sized pearl, which is quite rare, you get a Pearls with Brecon 9 club badge. Da, da, da. So Lindsay, let me bring you up. I hope you're happy with those. Can you just confirm, are you keeping your colours there? I think I'm going to have another tea. I was debating it, but I think I'm going to have to. Do, do, do. Swap the chocolates for a bright red and dark blue in honour of the Jubilee. Of course you can. So with the chocolates, let's go down. So we want a, where are we? Here we go. Chocolates we're going to be taking out. Bright red, let's go for that one. And a blue. That one. Just have a look here and confirm for me if you're happy with these ones. If I bring you back up. Perfect. Perfect. And you're very, very welcome. So let me pop your badge on here as well. So Lindsay, thank you for the donations with your shells. And I hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. And I've popped that up there for you. Right, up next today is Caroline Rensburg. Caroline, are you here? My back. Excuse me. Right, we've got Caroline and then Patsy, and then I'll be doing an updated order list. So if you have ordered, or if you've been added back in again, you'll be on that order list. You can see whereabouts you are. So yeah, we've got Caroline, then Patsy, and then I'll do that updated order list. Okay. Caroline, if you're here, please type. Oh, Caroline, nope, never mind. I can see you there. Mystery oysters, donate the shells. And we're going to see what colours come out. Okay, so you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 and 6 pearls. 6 oysters altogether. Yep, Roz, I can do so, my lovely. Okie dokie, right. So let's go down. Mystery oyster number 1. Quite a nice sharper pop there. And in your first oyster, there is your mother of pearl. And I can see towards the side here, we've got a lighter icy blue to start with. And there's no more in that one. So if I pop them in here for you, your first pearl is a icy blue. Moving on to oyster number 2. There's a lighter pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. And I can see here you've got a deep chocolate pearl there. Let me have a squidge here for you. And he's a gorgeous chocolate. And there's no more in that one. So a icy blue and a chocolate. And then moving on to your next oyster, a deep pop there. And there is your mother of pearl. And in here you are twinning. And you're twinning with Mavender pearls here. Now these are definitely Mavenders because they do have that darker purple shade to them. So I'm just drying them up, and if I pop them in the sand, visually possibly slightly different sizes. I mean, we'll measure them. There's definitely not a lot in it, but gorgeous Mavenders. So icy blue, chocolate and twinning Mavenders. And then you've still got 3 oysters to go, Caroline. So moving on to your next oyster, you've got a lighter pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. And you are quadding, I think. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4. You are quadding. So from your mystery oyster, you've got your 4 pearls there. And there's no more in that one. So if I dry these up for you. And in here you have a lemon yellow, a brighter pink, a chocolate purple and a darker gunmetal grey. Okay, now the darker gunmetal grey does look like he's got a slight green overtone to him. So lemon yellow, candy pink, chocolate purple and gunmetal grey. Moving on to your next oyster, we have a softer pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. And you're twinning, 1 runaway and 2. Twinning with Pinkle twins. So Pinkle is a mix between a pink and, a pink and a purple. There's 1 and 2. Now I'm just going to pop these down there. And then moving on to your last oyster. Okay, so again, lighter pop there. And in here, there's your mother of pearl. Oh, and we have a chocolate. Okay, Caroline, what do you think to all of these? Again, if you're happy with these, perfect. If you're not happy, we can swap them. Top row, you've got two single chocolates and an icy blue, and then twinning Lavenders as well. You've got quadding lemon yellow, bright pink, chocolate purple and darker gunmetal grey, and then you've got twinning pinkles as well. What do you think to all of those? Running them through the board, Lavender number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Twin number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5. He's a 6.5, so they are measuring different sizes there. Chocolate number 1's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8, and the icy blue is a runaway. He's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he is a 7. Chocolate number 2's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8, he's an 8.5. Quadding lemon yellow's not a 5, not a 5.5, he's a 6. Bright pink's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. And dark chocolate purple's not a 5, not a 5.5, he's a runaway, he's not a 6, he's a 6.5. And the darker gunmetal grey's not a 5, not a 5.5, again he's a runaway, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Thank you for the T-Bab. Pinkle number 1's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. And pinkle number 2's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. So they're measuring the same size there. Caroline, what do you think, my lovely? Are you happy with all of those? What do you think? Just going to bring you back up just while I'm waiting for comments to come through, just because I think there's quite a delay today, so I have had quite a delay with most of my comments today. So I'm just waiting for it to come through. Oh, okay, perfect. So if we go back down again, can we swap the chocolates for dark blue and red? So dark blue and red. Perfect. Pinkles made into studs and jump ring on the yellow, blue and gunmetal grey. Okay, I'll write that down in just a second. Can you just confirm for me, are you happy with those blue and red that I've added in there? And I'm just going to bring you up so I can write that down. So happy with the other colours, and you'd like to be invoiced for pinkles on studs and yellow blue. Is that the icy blue or the dark blue that I've added in? And gunmetal on jump ring. Blue and red are lovely, perfect. Now on the jump ring, is it the icy blue or the dark blue that I've added in? Icy blue, perfect. Okay, so I've got that down for you. The invoice for those will get sent across over the weekend for you, and it will go to the email address that's on the order form. Okay, so I hope you're happy with that. Thank you for the donations with your shells as well. And that's safe up there for you. Perfect. And up next today is I've got Emma Favour up next. I don't think, Emma, you're on the order list. I think I must have missed you when I was typing it out. I'm so sorry. Emma Favour, are you here? Yep, Tina, I've got you on the order list here. I'll do an updated one soon. So I've got Emma and then Patsy. I've just looked at the order numbers, and the order number is before Patsy's. So I think it's just where I must have mistyped it, and I am sorry for that. Emma, hello. Sorry, my lovely. Emma, you've got 6 openings altogether. What 6 oysters would you like? And would you like to keep, or would you like to donate your shells? In fact, I'll put the order list on now if I can. Can you have it for Sunday? You can indeed, Tina. That's not a problem. Oh, who was I added in? I was adding Roz. Yes. There we go. Okay, Emma, can you have mystery and donate? You can indeed. Is there certain colours that you're hoping for? So 1, 2, 3 and 4, 5 and 6. 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Okay, so let's go down, Emma. Your mystery oyster number 1. You've got a lighter pop there. Oh, and you've got some runaways here and backwards. You are quadding, Emma, with your first oyster here. They all sort of came out as I was opening up the shell there. So let me have a squidge here as well. Lindsay, do you know what your order number is, my lovely? There's no more in that one. So your first oyster, quadding, bright hot pink, brighter watermelon, icy blue, and a silver. Bright hot pink, watermelon, icy blue, and silver to start with there. Moving on to your next oyster, and you have a lighter pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. And if we have a squidge in this one, you have got a TARDIS blue, and there's no more in that one. So here is your TARDIS blue. And then moving on to your next oyster, you've got a lighter pop there. Oh, this shell is falling apart slightly, I do apologise. So there is your mother of pearl. And in here, we have got a blush pink, and there's no more in that one. So here is your blush pink. And then your next oyster. Lighter double pop there, Emma. And there's your mother of pearl. Okay, so in here you have a second blush pink. So two blush pinks there. I think they're actually very similar in colour. I think this second one that's come out though is slightly visually larger. Again, we'll measure everything at the end for you. But there is your blush pinks together in the sun. So you can see very similar in shades there. Moving on to your next oyster. It says rock and roll on my t-shirt. So rock there, and then the and sign, and then roll there. Okay, so in, oh, this one the flesh has come away on both sides. So I can actually see pearls on this side, but I'm just going to have a squidge here. Oh. Okay, so there's no pearls on that half, and like I said, I could definitely see they've both rolled out there. You are twinning, and there's no more in that one. So twinning with darker pearls here. Now these are definitely different sizes. They're definitely, you can see in the sand, they're darker chocolates, and you've got one which is darker and visually larger, and then one which is slightly lighter and visually smaller. Oh, have you? Oh, bless you. Emma, moving on to your last oyster, which again is your mystery oyster. So in here, there is your mother of pearl. And I can already see in here you are twinning. Twinning with blue pearls 1 and 2 and TARDIS blue pearls. Emma, you've got a lovely selection of colours here. What do you think to all of these? Now, again, if you're happy, that's perfect. If you're not happy and you'd like to swap them, we can do so. You have got a quadding hot pink, watermelon, icy blue and silver, a TARDIS blue and 2 blush pinks, twinning chocolates and twinning TARDIS blues. Yep, Lindsay, that's not a problem. I think... Emma, what do you think? Lindsay, I think when Roz asked earlier to be popped out, I don't think I found your order number. So I think you're actually in the original place that I'd popped you. So if I'm right, because I don't know what your order number is, but if I'm right, I think I'll be doing an updated order list soon, but if you're Lindsay L, then you're already added in, if that makes sense. Now, if I run these through the board, the silver is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. Icy blue's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. Watermelon's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. And bright pink's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. TARDIS blue's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. Blush pink's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Blush pink number 2's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. And then chocolate twin number 1's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. Chocolate twin number 2's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8, he's an 8.5. So they're measuring different sizes there. TARDIS number 1's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. And twin number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5 as well. Okay, perfect. Emma, what do you think? Okay, guys. Okay, so Roz and Lindsay. Yep, Roz, when you said it earlier, I wasn't sure which Lindsay it was, so I was waiting until I got to that order. So Lindsay, yep, you can definitely be tonight, and you've got your original place. Roz, I have added you to the end of the order list just because, obviously, when you ordered, you requested for Sunday, so I did take you out, so I've had to add you back in that way. So I hope you can understand. I hope that's okay. Emma, love them all. Can you have the large chocolate and TARDIS blue on lobsters? So is that the single TARDIS blue or all 3 TARDIS blues? Okay, so just popping the rest of them in here for you, Emma. But yeah, do you mean the twinning TARDIS blues, all 3? Okay, thank you for confirming for me there, my lovely. Right, so the invoice for your extra fittings, that will get sent across over the weekend for you. And again, it will go to the email address that's on the order form as well. Thank you, Emma, for the donations with your shells. And again, I hope you're happy with everything once it arrives. Okay, let me just pop this order list for you guys because I keep talking about it and it's ready to go. So let me just copy this because then that way you guys can all see. I'll pop it on the page where we're live, on the page where the order list was posted already, and then I'll pop it in the comments as well. So Patsy Fraser, you are up next. Are you here? So on the order list that's on the page, I'll do a dotted line and then the new order list, so then you guys can sort of see whereabouts you are. Meow. Sorry, my computer's ever so slow. There we go. Saving, posting, posted. Okay, let's come back to the comments and pop these on. Emma, you're very, very welcome. So I am looking for, obviously, Patsy Fraser now, and then that's the order list there. So hopefully, if you've ordered, you can see whereabouts you are. Sorry, I'm just getting that, so that's all done there. Perfect. Okay, Patsy, if you are here, please type I'm invisible. It will bring your comment forward so I can see you. And if anybody else can see Patsy, please comment on her comment because that will bring it forward so I can see. Last call for Patsy, if not we'll move on. Okay, so we're going to move on. If Patsy does come on, we can add her in, but it will be to the end of the order list. So up next then is Samantha Cornwall. Samantha, are you here? He really is, Roz. He really, really is. Obviously, when he goes to bed, he does let me know. So I don't wake him up asking. But yeah, he is such a good sport, always bringing out tea, bless him. Obviously, when I'm not on live, I do go get my own drinks if I'm working and if he's home. But yeah, just while on the live, he does do good, bless him. Right, I'm looking for Samantha Cornwall. Samantha, are you here? Again, if anybody can see Samantha, please comment on her comment because that will bring it forward so I can see. I do understand it is quite late now, isn't it? So a lot of people may have gone or want to be added on for Sunday, or may have just fallen asleep because it happens, doesn't it? So we will just give everyone a moment just to let me know if they're here. If not, we'll move on. And if they come on, we can add them into the end of the order list. And if not, they'll get added on to Sunday evenings live. So that's not a problem as well. All right, so I haven't seen Samantha either. So we are going to move on again. Again, if she comes on, we will add her in again. Oh no, wait. Wait. Lois, thank you for commenting. Samantha, I'm so sorry. See, that comment didn't come through to me. You're here, gmail.com, that's perfect. Okay, Samantha, I'm so sorry. That comment didn't come through to me. Lois, thank you for commenting on it because it's brought it forward, which is why I always ask you guys to do that. So thank you. Samantha then, my lovely, you have got one opening altogether. What type of oyster would you like? And would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? Mystery and donate. See, that comment's come through. It's strange how it works, isn't it? So mystery oyster, donate your shells, one opening. Is there a certain colour, Samantha, that you're hoping for? So your mystery oyster, and let's go down, my lovely. So in here, quite a nice deep pop there. Hoping for pinks. Okay. So there is your mother of pearl. Oh, it's not a pink. It's a lavender, which is it's a purple. It's a darker shade than our lilac purple, but still quite a nice lighter purple. So you have a lavender. Now, if you would like to swap this one, Samantha, you definitely can do so. Or of course, if you're happy, that's perfect as well. So it's up to you on what you think, what you would like to do. If I run him through the board, he's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He is a 7. Swap for a bright pink. Let me find one for you. I'm going to go for a hot pink. If this is too bright, I can go for our bright pink, if that makes sense. We've got the way it... Oh, actually, that one's got a slight imperfection. Let me pick you a different one. There we go, that one's perfect. So we've got, with our brighter pinks, it goes candy pink, bright pink, and then hot pink. So this is a hot pink. Are you happy with this one? If not, we can get a different shade. If you are, then that's perfect. That's lovely. Perfect. He is yours. And no, Samantha, you're very, very welcome. I'm sorry I didn't see your first comment there, but I'm glad you're happy with him. I'm just going to pop him on here. Samantha, thank you for the donations with your shells as well. And again, I hope you're happy with everything once it arrives. And up next is Lindsay Leach. Lindsay, you are here. Lindsay, hello. I'm just going to wait. Actually, I'm not going to assume actually that anyone's here, just in case. Like I just said, it is starting to get a little bit late. So Lindsay Leach, are you here? Actually, yes, Lindsay, I just saw you a moment ago, I think. Lindsay, hello. Samantha, you're very, very welcome. Lindsay, you would like the lighter rainbow bag, which is this one. It's the Expand the Rainbow bag. And you'd like to donate your shells, Lindsay. Is there a certain colour that you're hoping for? Let me get him open. And let's go down. So Expand the Rainbow, which is the lighter rainbow bag. There's one side and the other side, hoping for yellows. Oh my gosh, it's a Mavender kind of night tonight. Different type of oyster, and you also have a Mavender. Now again, Lindsay, if you're not happy with this one, we can swap him for you. Just let me know what type of yellow, so lemon yellow, pastel yellow, or sunshine yellow you'd like to swap to. Or again, if you're happy with this one, that's perfect. What do you think? So Mavender again is a slightly darker lilac purple. If I run him through the board for you, he's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He is a 6.5. A very light yellow. Okie dokie, let me have a little look. Okay. How about one like that? Is that still too bright? I could go Alright, let me show you these two. Okay, so we've got the brighter one, or the very, very just off-white yellow. So that one does have like a yellow overtone to him. So would you prefer the lighter or the brighter one here? My left. Oh, okay, so you're seeing a mirror image. So the left one would be that one that's left in the sand. So are you happy with the one that's left in the sand, or would you prefer the other one? Sorry, just because it's a mirror image, when you guys say left and right, I get confused to know if you know if it's, do you know what I mean? To know if you guys are saying my left or right with the mirror image or not. I get very confused. No, so you would like this one here. So the one that's in the sand now. Okay, that one. Okay, perfect. Sorry, my lovely. Like I said, so that one for me was actually the one that was on my right, which is why I get confused, because for you guys it does look like it's the left, but for me it's my right, which is why I just need to confirm. So I'm sorry for the confusion. But that one is yours. Okay, Lindsay, I hope you're happy with him. He's on there for no, it's not your fault at all, it's me. Honestly, it's all me with that, because I confuse myself. Right, so Lindsay, thank you for the donations with your shells, and I hope you'll be happy with that and with everything once it arrives. And that's safe up there for you. No, you're very, very welcome, my lovely. Very welcome. Up next today is Bronnie Van Leer. Bronnie, are you here? Sorry, I'm just finishing my tea. I probably shouldn't have another one after this. Okay, not a problem, Bronnie. Rachel Scrace. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, Rachel. Rachel Scrace, are you here? So I was just making a note, Bronnie, that it was going to be a donation, just so obviously I know who I'm sending it to in bits. Is she still here? Rachel, hello, and it's right is disgrace without the D. Disgrace. Oh, like grace. I see. Grace. Oh, perfect. Right, so Rachel, this is a opening for you. So you just need to let me know what fitting you would like, because Bronnie would like to pop the pearl that comes out on a fitting as well. So hoop fitting is a slide-on fitting like a Pandora. It can fit onto a Pandora. Lobster fitting is like a clip-on fitting. So Rachel, you've got one opening altogether. What type of oyster would you like, and would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? What type of oyster would you like, and would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? Mystery, donate the shells, and lobster. Okie dokie. So is there a certain colour that you're hoping for, Rachel? Let's go down. Your mystery oyster. Lighter pop there. Okay, so in here, there is your mother of pearl. And I can see here, actually, you are twinning. And you're twinning with Pinkle pearls, Rachel. There's no more in that one. Now your Pinkle pearls, I can definitely see one is darker, one is slightly lighter. You was hoping for apple green or TARDIS blue. Now if you wanted to, you can swap both of these, one for an apple green and one for a TARDIS blue if you would like to, Rachel. Of course, if you're happy with these Pinkles, that's perfect as well, but you could swap them both if you wanted to. The lighter of the two is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. And the brighter of the two is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. It's okay, Carol. I'll know who you mean, because it's the same as Bronnie. That's not a problem. Now, Rachel, I will need to know your address to where I'm sending these to. So if you'd be able to give me an email whenever you're ready with your address or the address that you'd like me to send it to, and then I can do that for you. And like I said before, there's no rush. I can hold on to it for as long as you need. So yeah, don't feel like you need to do it, because my son was in ICU as well, so I know how it is. So yeah, you can email whenever you're ready. Can you swap both? One for apple green, one for TARDIS blue? Of course you can. Not a problem. Just pop me over your address whenever you're ready, and I can know where I'm sending it to. If you can just have a look here, are you happy with those two there? They're perfect. I hope you, and because you need to obviously take care of you as well, so I hope you and little one will keep progressing forward, and yeah, just keep healing, and he'll be home sooner than you know it. But I hope you're happy with these, and yeah, pop me over your address whenever you're ready, my lovely, and then I can get everything sent over for you. Okay, perfect. And Bronnie, you've got 2 openings then, so what 2 oysters would you like? Mystery and donate. Looking for sea green and violet. Okay, we haven't had a violet in a while. I will say there is a waiting list for violets, Bronnie. Okay, so hopefully we can get one to come out of the oysters, and then that's perfect. No, Rachel, you're very, very welcome. And like I say, no rush, whenever you're ready. Bronnie, let's go down. So oyster number 1, lighter pop there. And there is your mother of pearl. And I can see here you have got, oh, run away. You've got a 2-tonal Pepsi and Smurf blue, Bronnie. So quite an unusual pearl in itself here. So let me just try and grab this so we can see both halves of the colour. So both halves of the pearl. So you've got a Pepsi blue with that darker blue, and then you go round into that lighter Smurf blue, and then Pepsi blue again. So Pepsi, 2-tonal and Smurf blue there. And then moving on to oyster number 2. Quite a nice deep pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. And I can see you add 1 and 2. Hello? Hello? Oh. Sorry, the microphone battery pack only has 4 hours worth of battery, so I just have to change them over at the 4-hour mark, so I do apologise. Okay, so your second set of pearls are chocolatey purple twins. You can see one has got more purple in than the other, and then you've got your 2-tonal Smurf and Pepsi blue. Bronny, what do you think to these? Now, if you would like to swap them, as you know, we can do so. And if you're happy with them, that's perfect. So your two-tonal Smurf and Pepsi Blue is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. The darker chocolate purple is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, or tried so hard then, not a 7.5, not an 8, he's an 8.5. And the one which has got slightly more purple in is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He's also an 8.5, so they're measuring the same size there. Okay. If you can just have a look at these greens for me here and let me know. Oh, what is it with me and spilling pals today? Let me know if those ones are okay. And you'd like to have okay, perfect. So the invoice for the jump ring and the lobster fitting, that will get sent across for you tomorrow, and it will go to the, no, not tomorrow, it will be sent over the weekend, sorry, and it will go to the email address that's on the order form. Sorry, I can't think, Bronny. Ah, right. Thank you for the donations with your shells, and I hope that you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. I've just realised the time, so our Fiver Friday deal has actually got to come off the website. So let me just take that off the website and then we'll carry on, because it was meant to finish at midnight. I left it on a little bit longer. Bronny, you're very, very welcome. Right, while that loads, I'll call the next person. So up next is Karen Ward. Karen, are you here? Fiver Friday. I think that was quite a nice deal today, actually. What did you guys think? Good deal, bad deal? It's just loading. Oh, bless you, Bronny, not a problem. Good night, my lovely. Oh, good. Have a good day. Fantastic deal. Yay! Okay, so it's just come off the website. There we go. I'm looking for Karen Ward. Karen, are you here? Karen, hello. I'm afraid, Karen, we don't have surprise oysters. We've got mystery, which is a mix of all the colours, which is the closest to the surprise oysters that we have. Or we've got dark rainbow, light rainbow, or normal natural oysters. So you've got 2 openings altogether, my lovely. Which 2 would you like? There we go. Mystery, donate the shells and any colours. Okay. Let me get these open for you. There's 1 and 2. So, let's go down. Karen, your mystery oyster number 1. Oh, the shell may fall apart of this one. I mean, it was a beautiful pop, but yet the shell's falling apart. So there's your mother of pearl. And having a squidge in here, you have a darker pearl there. There's no more in that one. That there isn't a pearl, that's just a darker bit in the flesh. Okay, so darker pearl to start with. And he is a darker chocolatey green. So he's got that olive green tone to him, but he is a base chocolate. And then moving on to oyster number 2. You've got a lighter pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. And you are twinning. And you're twinning with darker pearls again. So 3 darker pearls here, Karen. There's no more in that one. Now your darker pearls are dark purple. Now they're slightly different shades to each other. You've got one which is a more reddy purple, almost chocolatey purple, and then one which is a darker, brighter purple. Now if I hold these up here, what do you think to these? Again, if you're happy, that's perfect. If you're not happy, we can swap them for you. So you've got that chocolate with the green overtone, and then a chocolatey purple, and then a brighter purple as well. If I run these through the board, the chocolate purple is not a 5. He's a runaway, I do apologise. Not a 5.5, not a 6. He's a 6.5. Darker purple's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Chocolatey green is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he is a 7. What do you think? Keep them. The one with the green on the fitting, you've actually you've paid for 2 fittings, so would you like another one of them on the other fitting, or would you prefer a refund for the other fitting? So you've got the chocolatey purple and then the purple. What do you think? On the purple. Oh, okie dokie. Perfect. There we go. Okay, I've got that down for you then, my lovely. I hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. Thank you for the donations with your shells as well, Karen. And that's up there for you. Okay. And up next is Kathy Rax. Kathy, are you here? No, Karen, you're very, very welcome. Kathy, hello. So Kathy, you've got 2 openings altogether. What 2 oysters would you like? Oh, I tried to knock you on then. I'm so sorry. It snuck up on me. Although I think that's the first one of the night, so that's not too bad. Sorry, Kathy. Mystery oysters. Let's see what oysters come. See what pearls come out. Would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells, my lovely? So 2 mystery oysters. There's 1 and 2. And let's go down. So mystery oyster number 1, you've got a softer pop there. There's your mother of pearl. And straight away at the, oh, you've got a runaway, and I can see at the top here. So first oyster, you are twinning. And Kathy, twinning with dark grape purple twins here. So let me just dry these up for you. Grape purple twins. Visually, it does look like you've got one which is larger than the other. And then moving on to mystery oyster number 2. We've got a softer pop there. Oh, and again you've got a runaway, but there is your mother of pearl. And having a squidge in here, you are twinning. And you're twinning with chocolate bronze twins, Kathy. So 2 oysters, 2 sets of twins. Now if I dry these up for you, what do you think to these? Now I'll need to know which colour you'd like on which item. Twinning grape purples and twinning chocolate bronzes. If you're happy with these, that's perfect. If you're not happy, we can swap them for you. So grape purple number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He's a 6.5. Grape purple number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He's a 6.5. So they visually look like they're different sizes, but they are measuring the same. Chocolate bronze number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He's an 8.5. And chocolate bronze number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He's an 8.5 as well. What do you think, Kathy? There will be a weight on the light purples. So if you don't mind the weight, then that's absolutely not a problem. I can do that for you. Do you know what colours you'd like on the jewellery? So there's the white and the blurple. Then you'd like to swap both grape purples for light purples. So like I said, that's absolutely fine, but there will definitely be a weight on the light purples. And then if so, which ones would you like on the jewellery? Just going to bring you up so I can write this down. Okay, so I've got that down for you. Sorry, I've got itchy nose. Do. Now I'm just going to check. Is everyone else here who's got that opening tonight? So Michelle S, Joanna H, Selena H, Pamela R and Ros W, are you all here? Oh, white on the heart, perfect, and blurple on the other, perfect, and studs on those, okay. Perfect, I've got that down for you, Kathy. There will be a weight on the lilacs, however, the invoice for it will get sent over the weekend, and it will get sent to the email address that's on the order form. So I hope that's okay. Kathy, thank you for the donations with your shells as well. And again, I hope you'll be happy with everything there once it arrives. And that's it there for you, my lovely. Ros, you're here. Pamela, you're here. Michelle, you're here. And Joe, you're here. Perfect. Patsy, are you looking to be added back in? So, the only person who's not here so far is Selena. Selena H, are you here? Michelle Scowen, you're up next, my lovely. Hello, hello, hello. And you have got a queenly gift. Kathy, you're very welcome. So yeah, Michelle, you've got a queenly gift and you have a red queenly gift. So I'm just going to dive in. And let's go down. Michelle, would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? Hi, hi, hi. So if we get him open, there's 1 and 2, and then there's your earrings. Debs, bless you. Thank you for the stars there, my lovely. Now you've got thread through earrings here, Michelle. Donate the shells, thank you. Now I'm just going to hold them on here instead of popping them through the board. So these are the puffed heart thread through earrings. So you can see that you've got the heart at the bottom there. And oh, what happens is the earrings get threaded through the ear from the bar at the bottom, and then you pull the earring through to the level that you'd like it. Sorry, it's so hard to show you these. Level that you'd like it to sit at. Okay, so you've got the hearts and the thread through earrings. So I hope you're happy with these. Now the pearls on these actually go next to the hearts at the bottom. So you can choose to have the pearls on or off of the jewellery. Okay, so it's going to be completely up to you if you'd like them on or off there. But I hope you're happy with those. Is there certain colour pearls that you're hoping for? There's 1 and 2. So oyster number 1. There's one side and the other side. Okay, so oyster number 1, and in here, Michelle, you are twinning, and you're twinning with Candy Floss Pinks here. So let me just dry these up for you. So twinning with Candy Floss Pinks there to start with. And then moving on to your oyster number 2. There's one side and the other side. And in here, ooh, you are twinning for a second time. Now these look like they are natural coloured pearls. However, you've got 2 different colours in that oyster there. So you've got a bridal white and a natural lavender. Okay, so twinning, but twinning with 2 completely different colours. Michelle, what do you think to all of these, my lovely? So twinning Candy Floss Pinks, and then you've got a bridal white and a natural lavender. Now, like I said at the start, you can have pearls on or off of the jewellery. So if you would like pearls on the jewellery, what colours would you like? I hope you're happy with these ones. Candy Floss Pink number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Candy Pink 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. Oh, not a 7, he's a 7.5. So they are measuring slightly different sizes there. The bridal white is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. And the natural lavender is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. You love them, perfect. Would you like pearls on or off of the jewellery? On, which colour would you like, my lovely? What do you think? The Candy Floss, perfect. Right, let me write this down for you. Okay, so Michelle, I hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. Thank you for the donations with your shells as well, my lovely. Okay, so that's all on there for you, and that's safe up there as well. So I hope you're happy with everything once it arrives. Okay. And up next today is Joanne Holman. Joanne, are you here? Michelle, you're very, very welcome. Joanne Holman, are you here? Excuse me. Joe, hello. Joe, you have got 2 oyster openings altogether. What 2 oysters would you like, and would you like to keep, or would you like to donate your shells? Oh, I think Aaron's fallen asleep. Oh no. I only say that because I've still got to set up my daughter's birthday and do the icing on the cake. Oh my gosh. Oh, bless him. It's fine, I can do it on my own. Sorry, I've gone off on my own little world then. Joe, so sorry, my lovely. So Joe, you've got 2 openings altogether. Natural and donate the shells. Okay, is there certain colours, Joe, that you're hoping for? Let me get these open for you. There's 1 and 2. So let's go down. Natural oyster number 1. There's one side and the other side. And your first one, you have a darker rose gold. There's no more in that one. He does look like he's got a slight pinky overtone to him, but definitely base rose gold there. And then moving on to oyster number 2, which again is your natural oyster. Oh, there's one side. Oh, Patsy, would you mind, my lovely? And the other side. And in here, you are twinning. And Joe, you are twinning with lighter rose golds. So you've got a darker rose gold, and then you've got 2 lighter rose golds. What do you think to these? Patsy, that's very kind of you. Thank you, my lovely. Now, Joe, if you're happy with these, that's perfect. And as you know, if you're not happy, we can swap them for you. Rose Gold Twin number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. Rose Gold Twin number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5 as well. And then your darker Rose Gold is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. Are you sure, Pamela? Swap the 2 rose golds, Joe. Is that for the bridal whites? Oh, Patsy, thank you. Oh gosh, thank you. It's because we couldn't decorate it while she was off school today. So it was managed to be baked without her sort of seeing, but we couldn't decorate it while she was here. So that's the only issue, as trying to do things as a surprise, isn't it? 1 icy white, 1 grape purple. Okay, let me just have a little look for you. Perfect, and grape purple. Okay, so if you have a look here at these 2, so the 2 I've swapped out over there, Joe, just confirm if that's all correct, and then of course if the colours that I've added in are okay as well. Is that all correct, my lovely? That's actually, and my spelling's not great at the best of times, Pamela. Thank you, that's ever so kind of you as well then. I'll do that, thank you, Pamela. Joe, perfect. Okay, so I've swapped those rose golds out. You've got the white and the purple in. Thank you for the donations with your shells, my lovely. Let me pop these on here. And Joe, I hope you're happy with everything once it arrives as well. And that's up there for you. Thank you, guys. You're so, thank you, guys. I didn't expect to be to be on the live so late, in all honesty. So it's my own fault. I should have put a cut off on it, and I didn't. And I honestly just didn't. It's my own fault. Right, up next today then is Roz Watnell. Roz, my lovely, are you still here? Roz is the last person of the night tonight. So I will just say thank you all for joining, and we are live on Sunday evening from around 7:30 on Sunday. So if you'd like to join us on Sunday, I'll see you there. Roz, hello, I can see you there. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, bless you, Joe. No, well, thank you, my lovely. You're very welcome. Roz, you have 1 opening. What type of oyster would you like? And would you like to keep, or would you like to donate your shells? Mystery and donate. Is there a certain colour that you're hoping for? So let's go down your mystery oyster. You've got a lighter pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. Roz, you have got 1, 2, 3, and 4, ending the live on quadding. You have got 4 pearls in the 1 oyster, my lovely. Oh, you was hoping for a Pepsi blue or a bright purple. Well, there is a dark purple here. Let me show you these pearls. You've got a 2-tonal gold, a dark purple, a icy blue, and a coral. What do you think to these? Now, I will say there is a weight on a Pepsi blue, so if you did want to have a Pepsi blue, there is going to be a weight on that. However, I do have bright purples, or of course, if you're happy with these colours as they are, that's perfect as well. I will need to know which one colour you'd like on your jewellery. So 2-tonal golds, dark purple, icy blue, and coral. Your gold is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Dark purples, not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. Icy blues, not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. And the corals, not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he is an 8. Okay, what do you think, Roz? What would you like to do? Of course. Now swap the coral for a bright purple. Can you just confirm for me if this purple is okay, and then you'd like the brighter purple on the jewellery, but just confirm, is that purple there okay for you? Oh, thank you, Carol. I'm sure she's going to have a brilliant day. Was that purple okay for you? That's fantastic. And that one on the jewellery, perfect. I've got that down for you. Roz, thank you for the donations with your shells, and I hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives as well. And I've just popped that up there for you. Thank you all for watching tonight and for joining us. I am going to leave it there and shoot off because I do need another comfort break as well. So yeah, I hope to see you all on Saturday. Take care. Have a brilliant weekend. Take care. Bye.